April 24th, Planetary Calendar 214. After recovering from the attack, Lieutenant Sly awakens in their quarters a full 24 hours later to find that they are yet to receive any instructions. With no pending orders, they decide to check in with Lieutenant Commander Quinn to see if they have recovered from their affliction. Jovian Space, Lieutenant Sly's quarters, the Jovian patrol ship JFS Gun-Dog. Reaching up above you and interlacing your fingers, you lean back, stretching out your back and your neck. As you release the last remnants of tension in your body, you sigh. Thankfully, it seemed that some bed rest was all you needed to shift the accumulated aches and pains that you gained over the course of yesterday. Some sleep coupled with a shower and a change of uniform had left you feeling like a completely new person, almost as if nothing had happened at all. Although despite how invigorated you felt, there was no way you could ignore what had happened. Still, there had been no more alerts, you had not received any orders via your terminal, a sign you hoped that everything was going well. Now that you were fully recovered, you had resolved to start an investigation into who had murdered Doctor Rosarium and attacked you. But first, you'd be visiting Cassie. That is a good idea. Stepping out into the corridor beyond your quarters, you barely make it halfway to the four-side thoroughfare before an announcement sounds over the loudspeakers. You instantly recognize it as Vanessa despite the slight distortion caused by the speakers. Attention all hands. I repeat, attention all hands. This is Lieutenant Vanessa Lord. All members of the crew are to assemble on the bridge for an emergency briefing. Attention all hands. I repeat, attention all hands. The announcement is made a few more times until eventually you hear the subtle pop of the speakers indicating that Vanessa has stopped broadcasting. An emergency briefing? You quickly make through the ship towards the bridge, only stopping once you're outside the elevator. Run your keycard through a reader and wait a little longer than usual. You can only assume that whoever's on the bridge has taken a few seconds to authenticate your ID and grant you permission to enter. Soon enough, the door opens and you step inside. As you stand alone in the elevator listening to the dull whir of its motor, you wonder why the captain has called this meeting. Had she come up with a plan to apprehend the attacker? Had Haru and Hansen uncovered some plot whilst you've been resting? Or had something even worse happened that the whole crew needed to be made aware of? After a short wait, the doors slide open and you step out onto the bridge. Where you expected to see the captain, you instead see Vanessa sat in the captain's chair and flanked by Haru and Hansen. Oh, excuse me? Lieutenant Sly, glad to see you're so enthusiastic. Please wait there until the rest of the crew join us. What's this about, Vanessa? Where's the captain? I'll address that once everyone else is here, Lieutenant. Vanessa, this is no time for screwing around. What's going... Take it easy, Lieutenant. Ensign Rumney swaggers up to you, placing their hand on your shoulder before moving around behind you. Lieutenant Lord just needs you to be patient and wait for a few minutes until the big announcement. Your posture stiffens as you feel something blunt thrust into the small of your back. You're confident enough that, unlike Cassandra's prank when you first came on board, this isn't a pen. You better listen to what Ensign Rumney tells you, Lieutenant. They like to be in charge and don't take kindly to people who try to get on top of them. You feel the blunt object slide around your back to your side as Haru steps around you, keeping their arm draped over your shoulders. Crew should know, he's speaking from experience. You glance down and see that protruding out from underneath the jacket that they're always carrying around is the muzzle of a large handgun. Not an electroshock gun unlike yours, but a lethal weapon. Vanessa, what the hell are you... She told you to wait, sir. You go to step forward towards Vanessa, but Haru emphasizes their point by thrusting the gun deeper into your side. You quickly stop, letting them draw you back to where you'd stood. There we go. Good choice, Lieutenant. Just let me look after you and we'll both have a good time. Before you can respond, there's a small electronic chirp that sounds from the captain's chair. Vanessa looks down to the control panel and enters a quick series of commands. You hear the whir of the elevator after a few seconds. The doors open, revealing Dalton, who nervously steps onto the bridge. I heard the announcement and It's good, Cadet. Thank you for being so prompt. Do me a favor and stand over there by the lieutenant, would you? Oh, yes ma'am, will do. As the cadet makes his way over to your side, you look at Lieutenant Lord, staring at her with a silent fury. All you get as a response is a sly grin. As much as you'd love to wipe that look from her face, you know that Hanson would be on top of you the moment you tried to disarm Haru. You couldn't rely on Dalton to remain calm in that kind of situation either. There was a good chance that he would get caught in any crossfire. Instead, you just remained silent. It's good you're feeling better, Lieutenant. I was really worried when I heard about what happened to you in the sickbay. Thanks, Dalton. With her smirk looking increasingly sinister, Vanessa shakes her head at you, causing you to stop your response midway through. Sir? You haven't had much time to resent Vanessa's subtle malice when you hear the same electronic chirp as earlier. After Vanessa repeats the previous process, Dylan soon enters. Wow, a great atmosphere in here, huh? Dylan looks to all of you, but after receiving no response, he brings his headphones up over his ears and reaches into his jacket pocket. You hear the click of his cassette player and watch enviously as he drifts off into his music. It doesn't take long after that for the chief to arrive. Much like Dylan, she takes stock of the silence and doesn't interrupt it, instead standing silently behind one of the control panels. You all stand in this awkward silence with no one either daring or willing to break the quiet that fills the bridge. Although, you notice a few furtive glances from the chief as she surveys the room and some looks shared between Haru and Hanson as they keep the rest of the crew under close surveillance. Everyone remains relatively still. Leaning back into the chair and crossing her legs, Vanessa positions her elbow on one of the armrests and rests her head on her hand. Don't worry, everyone. We're just waiting for the captain to arrive and things can begin. There's a round of uncomfortable looks that pass between Dylan and the chief and Dalton. After a moment, the chief steps forward to say something. Lieutenant Lord, Wait for the captain to get here, Chief. It'll all make sense then. You can see the chief mull over this response, and although it takes a few seconds, she steps back, taking her previous position by the control panels. The silence on the bridge, which had clearly never been designed to hold this many people at once, continues to drag on until it's eventually broken by the now familiar chirp of an access request. And here she is now. Lieutenant Lord, what are you doing calling in an unauthorized all hands? And what are you doing in the captain's seat? The level of tension that was already present suddenly explodes, suspense saturating the air. You feel the hairs on the back of your neck stand up as the realization of what Vanessa is planning hits you. Just like the chief, Dalton and Dylan, your eyes flick from the captain to Vanessa. Well, it is my seat after all. What did you just say? Striding forward with intensity and purpose, the captain raises her right hand across her body and swings to strike Vanessa. Careful, Bartermews. You don't want to get written up for striking a superior officer, do you? At the last moment, Hanson's arm had reached out, viper quick, and he grabbed the captain by the wrist before she could bring the back of her hand down on Vanessa. Cruz, you release me immediately. Cruz, you idiot, you... Hey. How about everyone calms down for a moment, huh? Stepping away from you, Haru reveals the handgun they've been hiding under their jacket and waves it around lazily before walking over to the stand on the opposite side of Vanessa from Hanson. Now that we all understand who's in charge here, this is mutiny! Yanking her arm back from Hanson, the captain turns to face you whilst pointing at Vanessa. Lieutenant Sly, detain these three immediately! You move your hand towards your holstered electroshock weapon, but find yourself hesitating for a brief instant. This is gonna go so fucking wrong. You grab your weapon, but before you've drawn it halfway out of the holster, both Haru and Hansen are pointing their guns right at you. Admirable, Lieutenant, but you're not that stupid, are you? Don't worry, I know you're just following orders like any good member of the JCF would, so I won't hold it against you. If you holster that weapon right now. You glance from Vanessa to Hansen and Haru, whose weapons are both trained on you. Although Haru's expression is hard to read due to their shades, you can see a steely coolness in Hansen's eyes, telling you that he had no hesitation to pull the trigger at Vanessa's order. Knowing that you wouldn't be able to draw your weapon before you'd be gunned down, and that the two pilots are clearly willing to do so, you release your grip on your weapon and slowly raise your hands. Good choice. I won't stand for this. All of you are... Cruz? Yes, ma'am. Within the blink of an eye, Hansen steps up to the captain, balls his hand into a fist and swiftly strikes her in the stomach, causing her to double over. Cruz! Slow down, Lieutenant. The captain staggers backwards, clutching at her stomach before falling to her knees, retching in pain. Stepping towards the captain, Hansen cracks his knuckles. It's not like you didn't have this coming, Bartermews. Hansen reaches down into the captain and grabs her by the collar, dragging her back to her feet. Just as she regains her footing, he yanks her towards himself before immediately shoving her back and releasing her, sending her lurching backwards before she falls to the floor. Cruz, that's enough! Damn it, Cruz, stop! That'll be enough, Ensign Cruz. I'm sure she's willing to listen now. Unless anyone else has any other objections. That's what I thought. Uncrossing her legs and rising from the captain's chair, Vanessa takes on a formal posture and walks into the middle of the bridge. I, Lieutenant Vanessa Lord, as of 1700 Jovian Standard Time, April 24th, Planetary Calendar 214, in accordance with the Jovian Colony Fleet Convention, Section 16, Article 7, announce myself the new captain of the JFS Gun-Dog. I justify my announcement through Section 16, Article 9 on the grounds that neither the captain nor her second-in-command are fit for duty based on medical circumstances. As we don't currently have a doctor on board, I am forced to make this assessment based on my own discretion. In addition to this, under Jovian Colony Fleet Convention Section 16, Article 12, I am limiting both the previous captain and lieutenant commander to their quarters on the suspicion of treason. Lord, what the hell are you? You spring forward to grab Vanessa, your hand already on your electroshock weapon, but before you can get to her, you're immediately stopped by Haru, whose pistol is crammed deep into your stomach. There's only so many times I'm going to tell you to stay cool, Lieutenant. Looking past Haru and a smug Vanessa, you can see that Hansen has similarly leveled his gun at Chief and Dylan, both of whom step backwards. If you care to let me explain, we are currently in the middle of a situation that goes beyond negligence and incapability. Lieutenant Lord! The captain hisses, staggering to her feet with one arm over her stomach. You stop this now or... Ugh. With a slap that echoes around the bridge, Vanessa sends the captain, who is still unsteady on her feet, reeling. As she falls back to the floor, Dalton moves to help her, but is quickly blocked by Haru. As I was saying, it's clear that both Merys Bartermews and Cassandra Quinn are traitors. You expect me to believe that the captain and her second-in-command are both incapacitated exactly when their clearance is needed to maintain the ship operations? And that somehow an unknown craft, clearly made by our enemies, manages to make its way into our hangar, having already destroyed the O'Brien from within and killing its crew? Don't tell me this is a coincidence. It's clearly treachery. The Gun-Dog and the O'Brien are obviously both being offered as test data for a new enemy weapon, and Bartermews and Quinn are the traitors who sold us out. Why else would they keep us from reactivating the Gun-Dog? How else could that craft have gotten on board without help? Why would Quinn be mysteriously out of sight when that happened? And then Dr. Rosarium ends up dead when she's in his care? What did he find out? Did she decide he knew too much? Not only is Quinn a traitor, she's a murderer too. Lord, that's insane. How the hell could... You want to be careful, Lieutenant. I'm giving you the benefit of the doubt since you were the one that brought the Gun-Dog back online and were with Ensign Cruz during that attack. But your close association with Lieutenant Commander Quinn means that I've had my eyes on you for a while, and I'm by no means confident that you've nothing to do with this. After all, Ensign Cruz didn't see anyone else in the sickbay after the doctor's murders except for you and Quinn. How could I have? Very suspicious. Still, for now it seems like I can trust you. So, as per Section 16, Article 12, I'm announcing that all crew present, with the exception of Merys Bartermews, have the choice as to whether they wish to continue to serve under my rightfully mandated authority, or if they'd like to maintain their allegiance to a traitor and be treated as co-conspirators when we get back to Europa Colony. An agonizing silence fills the room as Vanessa stands proudly amongst the crew, who shift nervously. Both Hansen and Haru keep their guns trained on the crew on each side of the room, compounding the uneasy quiet. Don't worry, I'll be happy to take any lack of response as an affirmative. As the silence drags on, it's clear that none of the crew are on board with the idea, but at the same time it's obvious that none of them have enough loyalty to the captain to justify a risk of being charged with treachery. For you though, this isn't about the captain, it's about Cassie. Lord, would you think about what you're doing? Taking medical command is one thing, but accusing the captain and Cassie of treason is... It sounds an awful lot like a no, Lieutenant. You grit your teeth and breathe in. It's a no. There's no way I'd join with your scheme. This is nothing but your personal grudge. You saw a chance and you took it. There's no way the JCF will take your side on this. That's a shame, Lieutenant. I really thought you had more sense than that. I suppose this is no surprise. At least it resolves matters. Cruz? Nothing personal, Sly. Orders are orders. Shifting his weapon's focus from the Chief and Dalton to you, Hansen walks across the room, stopping only to sweep an arm out from underneath the slowly recovering captain, who is again attempting to return to her feet, sending her back to the floor. Make life easy for both of us, huh, Lieutenant? Turning on her heels, Vanessa returns to the captain's chair, sitting down with a smug expression on her face. Chief Engineer Cathays, Cadet Grange, I want those engines online now. As soon as they're operational, we'll be heading back to Europa Colony. Warrant Officer Dees, I want you back in fire control and to remain on high alert. We're going to assume that we're in enemy territory, and I want you on the lookout for any hostile activity. Understood? Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. What's that, Chief Engineer Cathays? Yes, Captain. You're all dismissed. With that, the three crew members quickly depart from the bridge in a single elevator, leaving you with Vanessa, the two pilots, and the captain. Ensign Rumney, you take care of Miss Bartermews. Sure thing, Captain. Shoving their gun in the back of their waistband, Haru walks over to the captain and lackadaisically delivers a kick into the captain's stomach, causing her to heave and curl into a fetal position. Come on, Bartermews, let's get going. Dragging the captain upright, Haru holds on to her until she's able to stand, shoving her towards the elevator as soon as she can stagger forwards. Once they're both on the elevator, the pilot turns to you, looking over the top of their shades as the door slides closed. You made a bad choice, Sly. As soon as the doors of the elevator containing Haru and the captain are closed, the doors on the other open and you feel the muzzle of Hansen's gun as it's thrust into your back. One more thing. Keeping his gun firmly pressed into the small of your back, Hansen leans around to your side and draws your electroshock weapon from its holster. Stepping back, he slides your weapon into a pocket within his jacket before gripping his gun with both hands and returning its muzzle to the small of your back. Don't want you getting any ideas. Take him away, Ensign. Yes, ma'am. Hansen shoves his gun harder into your back and you reluctantly comply, walking across the bridge into the waiting elevator. Once in, you turn around. Hanson keeps his gun trained on you, and behind him you can see Vanessa sneering at you from the captain's chair. It's really a shame, Lieutenant. I had such high hopes for you. Before you're able to tell Vanessa what you'd hope for her, the doors slide closed and you're left in silence with Hanson. Once you arrive in the central hub, you're unceremoniously shunted at gunpoint through the ship towards your quarters. Once outside, Hanson gestures towards the terminal at the side of the door. Understanding his instructions, you take out your key card, run it through the reader, and enter your security code. As soon as the door opens, Hanson snatches the card out of your hand and shoves you into the room, causing you to stagger your way inside. Leaning nonchalantly against the doorframe, his boot positioned to stop the door from closing automatically, Hanson looks at you wordlessly. He remains silent for a few short seconds with a ruminative expression on his face until you manage to stand back up and turn to face him. Once you've regained your composure, he straightens up and angles the gun toward you. You know, Sly, I was beginning to come around on you. What's that supposed to mean? Hanson smirks. The stuff you've done, you're actually kind of alright. You might not be the coward you were back on Crawlway anymore. Thanks. Good to know I've changed your mind. Hey, don't get too ahead of yourself, Sly. You might not be a coward, but you're still an idiot. You should have gone with the rest of the crew and sided with Lord. Now you, Bartermews, and your girlfriend are going to get pulled up on treason. There's no way the JCF's going to believe her. You, Lord, Rumney, you're all going to get court-martialed for mutiny. I don't know about that, Sly. Lord's got some pretty serious evidence. He's got it all figured out. This is how it ends, Lieutenant. You going down for some third-rate captain and your airhead girlfriend. Hope it's worth it. It's a shame. I was kind of looking forward to grabbing a drink with you and Rumney back on Europa. Whatever. We'll pour one out for you. Oh, thanks. Hey, don't worry about it. Now get comfy, Lieutenant. You're gonna have a dull trip back to Europa. As Hanson turns to walk away, you leap towards him, aiming to get your hand in the way of the door to prevent it closing. Before you can make it to the door, Hanson pivots and once again levels the gun at you. You stop inches away from the door. Hanson, you prick! You yell, banging your fist on the door. You can't do this! With your head in your hands, you turn back away from the door and sit down on your bunk, your mind racing as you think about Vanessa's mutiny, the prospect of getting court-martialed, and what might happen to Cassie. You're so angry that you can barely think straight. Different thoughts rush through your mind, but you can't focus on one for long until it's replaced by another, and your mind becomes a rolling storm of emotion. Eventually, after much pacing, swearing, the occasional kick delivered to the now stubbornly shut door, you manage to calm down enough to begin formulating a plan. She's not going to get away with this. April 24th, Planetary Calendar 214. Following the murder of Doctor Rosarium, Lieutenant Lord takes command of the JFS Gun-Dog on the grounds that both the captain and her second-in-command are unfit for duty. As her first act, Captain Lord has Merys, Bartermews, and Lieutenant Commander Quinn confined to their quarters on suspicion of treason. The ship's security officer Lieutenant Sly, is also confined to his quarters after refusing to follow the new chain of command. Jovian Space, Lieutenant Sly's quarters, the Jovian patrol ship JFS Gun-Dog. You wince and draw your hand back from the wall panel next to your bunk. After spending half an hour unsuccessfully trying to find a catch to remove the panel, all you'd managed to do was snag your nail on an edge and tear it. With a loud exhalation, you move from your bed to the computer terminal on the other side of the room. You idly hit a few keys, but the only response you get is the screen displaying the same familiar text as the last few times you tried it. Access denied, insufficient authority. As easy as it was to hate her, you had to give Vanessa credit. Her machinations had clearly been well thought through. Nothing had been missed when it came to making sure you remain imprisoned. You hadn't noticed it when you awoken earlier, but someone must have gone through your quarters whilst you were unconscious. Small items like your nail scissors, metal bookmark had been taken, leaving you with nothing to pry open the access panels. Sitting down on the chair in front of the terminal, you wondered how long she had been planning this and how much she had accounted for. Placing your elbows on the keyboard and your head in your hands, you sigh again. You've gone through every trick you learned in your time as a security officer, and none of them were helping you get out of here. Leaning back and looking at your watch, you see it's been nearly 6 hours since you've been imprisoned. You felt the rumble of the Gun-Dog's engines coming back to life about 3 hours ago. It would be only a matter of days now until you arrive back at Europa Colony. Waiting for you there, if Vanessa was successful, was a trial for treachery. You put your head in your hands again at the thought. There was only one outcome for a guilty verdict on that charge: execution. Leaning back in a chair, you stare listlessly at the ceiling. There had to be something you could do. Let's look. At least I've got enough clean uniforms to last me until we get back to Europa Colony. Gotta look good for my trial. I suppose I got the time I need to catch up on my reading now. I wonder if I can make it through the last 6 books before we get back to Europa Colony. I haven't got access to anything, not even my mail or calendar. It's not like it makes any difference. I've never been much good with computers anyway. Kneel down by the storage drawer set in the frame underneath your bunk and push on one, causing the drawer to spring open and slide toward you. Pulling it as far out as it will go, you shove your possessions to either side and lean in to get a view of the inside. Rats. As you suspected, the underside of your bed is sealed off with more metal paneling, and the drawer is designed to catch on in a framework before it slides all the way out. With the main material in its construction being steel and everything being welded together, you know you've got no chance of pulling the drawer out and crawling through. Scratch that idea. The Tales of the Cosmic Champions books. I'm not going anywhere, so I could always take a break. Let's see, where was I? Ah yes, Fleet Commander Wang had been imprisoned by his own side because, you know what? I don't feel much like reading, actually. Yeah, let's see. You type in a few commands and attempt to navigate further into the terminal's interface, but every action you carry out is met with the same response. Access denied. Insufficient authority. Yeah, I thought so. You spend a few moments examining the control pad next to the door, tapping on the casing, pressing buttons and investigating the wiring that runs out underneath it before setting on your course of action. Hey! Romney! Are you gonna let me out or what? Hey, Romney! Can you hear me? Let me out! Shut up, Sly! Yeah, that went as well as I expected. Sighing, you run your hands through your hair, wondering if there's anything left for you to try. You're just about to make another attempt at levering the panel next to your bunk off the wall when someone knocks loudly on the door. Step back from the door, Sly. What do you want, Romney? Shut up and do it. With a sigh, you move back to the far side of your quarters. You moved? Yeah. You just stay there, Sly. Roll your eyes. What did they think you were going to do? You're lucky the captain's so generous. You get room service. As Haru steps back, Dylan comes around the corner carrying a tray of food from the vendor in the mess hall. Hey, Lieutenant, how's it? Whoa, let's chat there, Dees. Tray on the ground and walk away. Yeah, chill out, Romney. Whatever. Muttering under his breath, Dylan lays the tray on the ground halfway between you and the door and walks out of the room, with Haru keeping their gun trained on you the entire time. Looking down at the tray, you see it's a fairly standard meal: burger, fries, and soda from one of the vending machines. You had to assume that Dylan had chosen this for you, as you couldn't imagine either of the pilots being so generous. You stay where you are. With their free hand, Haru reaches for the control panel on the opposite side of the door, and within a second the door slides shut and you hear the click of its lock. You sigh to yourself. You weren't happy about the situation you were in, but at least they were feeding you. A standard burger meal on a reinforced recyclable cardboard tray. The probably given me a cardboard tray instead of a steel one to make sure I can't use it as a tool or a weapon. Once I finish eating food, all this tray will be good for is nutrition if they forget to feed me for the rest of the journey. You take the meal tray over to the terminal and sit down on the chair, balancing your food on the keyboard to use it as a makeshift table. At least Vanessa was feeding you. You've been starting to worry that you've been locked in your quarters the entire journey back to Europa Colony with no one bothering to check in on you. After picking out a few fries, you raise a burger to your mouth and bite down. Ah, what the hell? You place the burger back on the tray and run your tongue over your teeth. You bit down on something hard. Pulling back the top of the bun to investigate, you find an entirely unexpected ingredient. Huh, Dylan, yes! Resting between the imitation lettuce and beef is a small pocket screwdriver, just short enough to be hidden within the burger. Grabbing it with a napkin, you inspect it. Not only is it small enough to wedge between the gaps in the panels that make up the ship's ceilings, walls, and floors, but it's also got the right size head to unscrew any fixtures you may come across. Oh, this is perfect, you whisper to yourself. You stand up to put it to use, but your stomach immediately roars in protest. Okay, first things first, I guess. You place the screwdriver in your pocket and pick back up the burger, quickly devouring both it and the fries. Alright, now it's time. Kneeling down by a drawer, you open it. Shove your belongings to one side and peer inside. Taking out the screwdriver, you trace it along every seam and edge within the drawer and what little of the underside of your bunk you can access. Unfortunately, you realize everything is welded together, leaving you nothing that you could disassemble. There was no way you were taking this apart with just a screwdriver. You approach the terminal, screwdriver in hand, and pause for a moment. Although you can see the screws that fix it external casing in place, you struggle to think of any good that might be done by taking it apart. I'm just going to leave this alone for now. Turning your attention to the top end of your bunk, you take a look at the panel that sits at the back of the shelf where you keep all your books. The only noticeable feature is your room's light switch. There's a switch, and there must be wires that lead somewhere. There's wires that stand to reason that someone might need to access them. The door's locked. Even if I could, Hanson the harder out there. Let's take a look. You raise your screwdriver tentatively. Unable to find any noticeable seams around the panel, you turn it towards the switch, the only part that may give you some access. Okay, so You pull the screwdriver back and tumble onto the bed, the snapping and crackling noise that had accompanied the strobing lights having taken you completely by surprise. Alright, let's try something else. Alright, let's see. You clamber up onto the bed and run your fingers over the seam between the panel and the rest of the wall. Much like you discovered on your last inspection, there was no give in the panel, and certainly not enough space for you to work your fingers into in order to undo the catches that held it onto the wall. You need to approach this differently if you're going to get anywhere. Taking the screwdriver out of your pocket, you work it into the small gap between the panel and the surrounding wall. You slowly run it along this parting for a few inches until you feel it catch on something. Following some careful movement, you hear the sound of a latch undoing. That's one. You repeat this action a few more times along different parts of the panel, Eventually, the final latch is undone, and the whole thing falls toward you. Nice, let's go! You carefully lower the panel off your bed and place it on the floor so as to not alert horror before returning to investigate what you reveal. Damn it! You cuss under your breath. Where you hope to see a large space that you could crawl into, you were instead met with a solid steel structural wall with only a few inches of space between it and where the panel had been affixed. You grip the screwdriver tighter and suppress the urge to pound your fist against the wall in frustration. Then so close. Despite a follow-up examination, there was no way you could get into the newly revealed space. Not that it looked like it led anywhere anyway. With a deep sigh, you step off the bed. It looked like you had to find another way out of here. I don't think there's much for me to gain by messing around with that switch again. Let's see how good Cassie's knowledge of illicit ship-based activities is. Who am I kidding? Telling her if there's a way to break a rule without getting caught, she knows it. You take the screwdriver from your pocket and slide it into the gap in the seams between the floor panels. You slowly begin to slide it along the seam, and it's only a few seconds before you feel it catch on something. Using your knowledge of how catches work from the wall panel you remove, you're easily able to undo each one you run into. The panel's noticeably lifting away from the floor with each catch that's released. After a few minutes of work, you undo the last catch. Despite its unwieldy size, you're able to shift the panel out of its original position without creating much noise, revealing a 3-foot drop down into a small tunnel that disappears into darkness in both directions. Wiping the sweat from your brow, you dust off your hands as you look over the passageway you revealed. I don't know how she knew it, but she was right. There are the crawlways I need to get out of here. I should really get going. As you stand above the entrance that you just revealed, you look around around your quarters one more time. Let's see, is there anything else I need to do in here, or should I get going? Once I go, there's no coming back. Okay. All right, let's just go. And we'll save too. You gaze into the darkness that lies ahead of you. After a few moments of thought, your mind is made up. It's time to go. To prepare for your escape, you return the panel and you remove from the wall to its original position, making sure all the catches are reconnected to the mounting points. Then you prepare to do the same for the floor panel, sliding it into a position where you'll be able to replace it once you're in the crawlway. Once it's in place, you lower yourself down into the space underneath the floor, kneel down and slowly drag the panel over the opening above you. It takes you a few attempts to get it in the correct position, but you eventually you have it, and all the mounts slide neatly back into the catches that had secured it in place. Now in absolute darkness, you drop to your knees and reach out with your one hand, groping at the darkness. You've got no idea what lies ahead, but you begin to crawl forward. The absolute darkness of the crawlway leaves you disorientated as you fumble your way forwards. Every now and again, you hit a corner, a drop, or a rise that adjusts your trajectory. Hearing nothing but the gentle hum of the ship's systems, or your own awkward shuffling, and unable to make out anything except a dry, musty scent that has replaced the sterile smell that permeates the Gun-Dog, you quickly lose your sense of distance and location. With nowhere to go but onwards, you continue slowly. You have no idea how long it's taken you, but you realize that you're able to distinguish the vague features of your surroundings. Sharp edges are now ever so slightly visible, and the seams and bolts that make up the inside of the crawlways have faded into view. Renewed by the potential that light coming from somewhere must mean there's an opening leading into some accessible part of the ship up ahead, you speed up, taking advantage of your restored vision to make your way forward without incident. What's up, Konosuke? What's up, Sari? You turn a corner and are met with a shaft of light that is broken up by the slow and lazy rotation of an overhead fan. Finally, as you continue toward the light, you also see that your singular path is now divided with new routes branching off in different directions, albeit with no indication of where they might head. You peer down the crawlway that stretches out in front of you. Do your best to make out anything that might indicate where it leads to. Despite your best efforts, all you can make out is pure darkness. There's no movement of air, sound, or smell that can indicate where it leads. It's gonna be the same layout for every one of them. As ominous as it seems, you know you can't ignore it. You have to take every opportunity if you're going to free Cassie. I'm thinking, yeah. As you twist to change your position in order to examine one of the new crawlways you found, lay your hand on the wall and notice a slight but constant vibration. Running your hand along the paneling, feel the occasional pulse of a more powerful, regular vibration. There's only one thing on the ship that creates a vibration like that. That's probably where this crawlway leads. As you approach the crawlway that stretches out ahead of you, your nose twitches. The entire time you've been crawling away from your quarters, all you'd smelt had been a stale musk, an unpleasant but clear indicator that these crawlways were not used regularly and certainly weren't as well ventilated as the rest of the ship. Now, though, you can pick up a slight hint of something new but also familiar. You pause to sniff the air, trying to identify the light hints of fragrance that drift your way. Taking in a few breaths, you pick up notes of something sweet, but also with a burning tang topped up by a chemical tinge. I think I know where this leads. As you come level with the crawlway that branches off to your left, you notice almost imperceptible sounds echoing off the distance. You hold your breath and angle your ear towards the darkness that you come from and focus trying to identify them. It takes you some time to be able to distinguish the faint sounds properly from the general thrum of the Gun-Dog systems, but as you concentrate, you realize you can make out the whir of motors, the sound of metal colliding with metal and tools being used. It's too quiet to be engineering, which must mean this way leads to, okay, that has to be the hangar. What's familiar aroma? Heading away from the illuminated section of the crawlways that you momentarily stopped at, you soon find yourself in complete darkness once again. You mutter in frustration as you awkwardly twist around another corner. The stinking tunnel, the lack of any way to meaningfully track how far you've traveled, compounding your lack of awareness and where you might be on the ship. Regardless, you continue to slowly shuffle your way forward, hoping that wherever you might end up would be somewhere that could, in some way, be helpful in your efforts to prove Cassandra's innocence and deal with Vanessa, Hansen, and Haru. As you round another corner, you notice that the smell from earlier is much stronger now, the scent beginning to sting your nose and the back of your throat with every breath you take. You've got to be nearby now, let's see. Reaching upwards, run your hand along the ceiling crawlway, and sure enough, it passes over what you recognize by touch to be a catch that secures a panel in place. Although it takes some amount of fumbling to unclip it, in the dark you eventually succeed, going on to repeat the process with all the others as you find them. Once the final catch is released, you position yourself to one of the panel's edges and raise it slightly, looking around to confirm your location. The captain's quarters. From your position, you're not able to see Captain Bartermews. Mindful of doing your best not to alarm her, ensuring not to make any noise that might alert whoever's standing guard outside, you slowly slide the panel just far enough to allow you to climb out of the tunnel and into the room. Ugh! You quickly draw your hand back in disgust and flick it away from you, only realizing that you placed it in a puddle of liquid after the shock of the sensation subsides. Looking down at your hand, you take a tentative sniff. As you guessed it, it's the same smell that you've noticed in the Crawlway. The burning sensation that fills your nostrils reminds you more of acetone than of a beverage, but it's an unmistakable aroma of the captain's whiskey of choice. You shift position from where you just tried to climb out and move away from the slick of whiskey, rising up into the room once you're far enough away that you won't accidentally douse yourself in the spillage. As soon as you stood up, you look around but don't see the captain anywhere. Captain? You whisper as loudly as you dare, doing your best not to be heard beyond the confines of the quarters. Captain! You hiss slightly louder this time. With no response forthcoming, you sigh and move away from the open panel and further into the captain's quarters. Captain, where are you? Now finding yourself in an unpleasantly familiar situation, you head over to the annex on the right-hand side of the room and lean in through the doorway to look at the bed. Captain? You sigh, pinching the bridge of your nose with your thumb and forefinger. I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Not expecting much, you head over to the captain and crouch down by the bed, laying your hand on her shoulder and giving her a few gentle shoves. Although you begin to push her harder, you still don't receive a response. Captain, come on. At this point, you're all but shaking her, but she still doesn't stir. That's how it is, huh? With a deeply exasperated sigh, you stand up and look down on the captain. Although the air scrubbing system is now working, you can still make out the powerful musk of the whiskey. Time to try somewhere else. You slowly crawl through the cramped passage, away from the light being cast downward from the shaft containing a large fan. It doesn't take long for you to find yourself in complete darkness once again. As you work your way onwards, your hand stretched out in front of you, allowing you to tell where the direction of the Crawlway changes. You eventually find yourself in what feels like a dead end. You run your hand to the right and left of the tunnel's terminus, but from what you can tell, there's no alternate route to take. Maybe you missed a turning earlier? As you start the awkward process of orienting yourself to head back where you come from to reach up, going for the top of the Crawlway to ensure that you don't bang your head. Instead of the smooth paneling you expected to place your hand on, you encounter what feels like a lever. Alright then, let's see what this does. Crossing your fingers that you're not about to open a hatch into space, you grip the lever and push it. With surprising ease, the lever moves, and with it, you feel a mechanism slide from one position to another. The panel above you shifts slightly, revealing a thin crack of light. Okay, now where are we? Pushing open the hatch above you, and standing up, you look around to see that you've emerged into the airlock. You clamber out of the tunnel, lowering the hatch behind you, and not closing it entirely. The airlock, huh? You muse. Not exactly the most useful place to be, but it's better than being locked up. I don't think we should move to the central hub. You tread lightly, doing your best to keep your steps as silent as possible as you approach the central hub. You stop as soon as you reach the threshold between the airlock and the hub, holding your breath. Listen out for any sign that Hanson and Haru might be nearby. Sure enough, you can hear the two bantering loudly from the direction of the four-side thoroughfare as they stand watch over the two crew quarters corridors. Okay, but seriously, Lord has got it down bad for you. Yeah, I'm not stupid, trust me though. Someone like her? No thanks. No way, Crew's easy promotion right there, one and done. If you did, I bet you could get her to say anything you wanted when we get this ship back to Europa. No thanks, she's not even my type. Oh yeah? Who is then? As if. The captain? Shut up, Rumney. Commander Quinn? Shut up, Rumney. The banter stops there, and silence follows. You can tell by their voices that they're both stood in the foreside thoroughfare, which gives them a clear line of sight straight through the central hub and towards the aft thoroughfare. If you left where you stood now to head further into the ship, there was a good chance you'd be spotted. Slowly, you begin to make your way back towards the airlock. Looking back over your shoulder, you see that the panel covering the ladder leading to the bridge has come loose again, dropping from its mounts onto the floor. Hey, what was that? Man, I don't know, sounded like something in the hub. Stay here, I'll check it out. You swear under your breath as you try to move silently as possible back towards the airlock as quickly as you can. Once there, you pull open the hatch leading into the crawlway and drop down inside, quickly pulling it shut on top of you. At least you attempt to. As you try to pull the hatch all the way closed, you find it catching on something just before it shuts. Each time you try and force it, the mechanism makes a scraping noise which you realize is loud enough to be heard from the hub. Hey, someone there? It's instantly apparent to you that the crawlway runs under the route from the central hub to the airlock as you hear Hansen's footfall echoing through the crawlway, growing continuously closer. With one final heave, you yank the hatch with all your strength and manage to pull it shut, swinging the lever to its original position as you do so. You sit still in the darkness, holding your breath. It's a junk ship falling apart. You wait until Hansen's steps have completely faded away, until exhaling in relief. You remain in the darkness for a few minutes, waiting until all sounds of activity from the central hub disappear and you tentatively re-emerge into the airlock. I should probably stay away from the central hub for the time being. Whew! These are just standard emergency survival suits. They're good for surviving space, but they won't do much against Hansen and Haru's guns. With my access restricted, I can't use any of the terminals around here. If it comes to it, this will be the only way I'll be able to open the airlock. There's an appeal to depressuring the ship to drag Hansen and Haru out into space. I don't see a good way to do it that doesn't involve me joining them. I'm not planning on going outside the ship anytime soon. These won't offer much in the way of protection against firearms. Not even worth trying the radios. Who knows who'd pick up? Might be Vanessa if I'm really unlucky. Now that I can make my way around the ship using crawlways, I shouldn't need to do any more EVA. I really hope so anyway. Yeah, I figured. Wish I'd known that there were crawlways linking the airlock to the hangar when the power went off. It would have been a lot simpler going through them to get to the hangar rather than going out into space. Although, those passages are like a maze, trying to figure my way around them, in them whilst the whole ship was without power. I've got lost for sure. Probably wouldn't be found until the ship was reclaimed and its new crew started complaining about a bad smell. Trying to get to the hangar by opening this up, I'm sure Hansen or Haru would be there before I could get it closed again. They'd probably see it as a good opportunity to get rid of me and blame it on the failed escape attempt. Moving away from the illuminated nexus between the various crawlways, you follow another twisting path of identical, indistinguishable tunnels, and it doesn't take long for you to find yourself in total darkness once again. Unlike your journey from your quarters to the lit segment you'd just taken a break at, you were confident of where you were heading as the previously muffled sounds were growing louder with every corner you turned. The erratic noises of different pieces of machinery and equipment punctuate your journey with their irregular rhythm. Unlike the constant background noise of the engineering department, this was the sound of someone hard at work. As you continue to move through the twisting shaft, you notice a strange sense of lightness to your movements, which you initially dismiss as numbness from the time spent hunched over and crawling. It isn't until you push against the floor with one leg and inadvertently send yourself gliding forwards that you realize you're leaving the area under the influence of the ship's gravity net. You hold your arms out in front of you to ensure you don't slam your face first into the end of the current length of tunnel. Thankfully that you hadn't pushed with much force when you feel cool steel on your palms. Feeling around to determine the direction you'd be heading in. Next, you eventually identify a turn to the right and carefully prepare yourself off the Crawlway wall. Soon enough, you manage to adapt to this method of movement, propelling yourself by pushing off the tunnel walls or pulling yourself along the occasional pipe or protrusion. Eventually, you turn a corner and, for the first time since you'd started down this path, you see the faint glow of light. Moving towards it, you realize that it's the outline of a hatch built into one of the walls. Now the sounds are almost as loud as if you were in the room with the machinery. You clearly make out the dull thrum of a gantry crane moving from one end of its rail to the other, interrupted by the irregular sound of an impact driver. Once you make your way over to the hatch, you grasp its faintly illuminated handle and twist. As you feel the mechanism disengage, you slowly push it open and peer through the gap. As you'd expected, the noises that guide you to the hangar, which you take your time to carefully survey, looking out for Hansen, Haru, or any other member of the crew that you didn't want to run into. Aside from Dalton, who was hard at work on Hansen's Juno and completely unaware of your presence, you don't see anyone. All right, let's go. You perform another quick scan of the hangar to ensure that it's still just you and the cadet who are around before kicking off a nearby wall towards Dalton. You can tell he's completely absorbed in his work, and it isn't until you lay your hand on his shoulder that he has any idea there's someone in the hangar with him. Chief, I was just finishing off the final recoupling of the new bell nozzles to the directional. Startled, Dalton swivels to face you, a look of terror in his face. It is instantly replaced with one of pure confusion. Oh, it's you, Lieutenant. Wait, what are you doing out of your quarters? You're supposed to be locked up there until we get back to Europa. They said you're a traitor. Is this a breakout? You come to take me out? Is this part of your conspiracy? Oh no, help! In his panic, Dalton shoves you away from him and then turns and scrambles away using whatever purchase he can find on the armored frame surface. Once out of your reach, he kicks off the machine. Fortunately for you, he doesn't make a solid contact, his feet instead catching it in an awkward angle which sends him drifting away slowly despite his writhing and thrashing. Dalton, shut up and get back here! You launch yourself after him and manage to grab his ankle, anchoring yourself to the front of the Juno with a free hand before he's too far away. Despite his loud protestations and best attempts to free himself, you drag the cadet back toward the Juno. Help! I'm gonna be... As he continues to thrash around, it takes most of your strength to pin Dalton to the armored frame, a challenge that is made all the more difficult by the lack of gravity. Using your legs to brace yourself on your nearby safety rail, you pin him with one arm and cover his mouth with the other, making sure that he isn't going anywhere or alerting anyone. Dalton, please calm down. I'm not here to hurt you. I'm here to... Cadet, get a hold of yourself. I'm not here to hurt you. That's right. Just take it easy. I'm gonna let go of you, okay? I just want to talk. Apprehensively, you slowly release your grip on Dalton, removing your hand from his mouth. He slumps into the microgravity, remaining in place. Lieutenant, you shouldn't be out here. They said that you were a co-conspirator with Commander Quinn and the captain, and that you had to be... Who said that? Who said that, Dalton? I mean, Captain Lord and the ensign said... And do you really believe them? Well, that's, I mean... What she said... You sigh with exasperation, holding up both your hands to stop Dalton before he spirals back into an anxious ramble. If I was a traitor to the ship, do you think I've done everything I've done to make sure everyone has stayed safe? Like getting the power back online, securing that machine? Look, I'm sorry I scared you, Cadet, but this is really important. Lieutenant Lord is lying about everything. Captain Bartermews and Commander Quinn have nothing to do with what's been happening, and there's no way that Quinn could have killed the doctor. That's why I'm here. I need your help to... hear Ensign Rumney's call echo out the hangar. Fortunately, the two of you are behind the Juno and can't be seen from the entrance. Taking advantage of this, you shunt Dalton towards them. Using him as a distraction, you slip into the Juno's open cockpit and out of sight. For a moment, you consider closing the hatch, but you realize that there's no way Horror would miss that happening, and with Dalton floating towards them, they instantly get suspicious. Instead, get as far back into the cockpit as you can and freeze. Oh geez, kid, be careful. What were you doing floating around like that? And what's with the screaming? Something happening here? Oh, I was just what? What's going on here, huh? Holding your breath and staying as still as possible, your grip tightens on the back of the seat. All you can do is hope that Dalton doesn't give you away. Well, it was because Kid, spit it out. Is there something wrong with the AF? Oh, no, there's nothing wrong. Nothing. It's all fine. It's just... Seriously, what have you done? Do I need to check it out? You hold your breath and grit your teeth. The sound of what you had presumed was Haru knocking on the frame's armor rings through to the cockpit. It was nothing. I just got the impact driver caught on my jumpsuit, and then it started going because I accidentally hit the trigger and everything started bunching up and I couldn't stop it because... All right, kid, okay. Take it easy. Yes, Ensign. Y'all good? Yes, Ensign, thank you. I got it off by... Okay, cool, got it. Just stay calm next time, all right? Yes, Ensign, I will, sorry. All right, well, that's it. Yes, Ensign, it is. Nothing to worry about. Take it easy, kid. You remain still within the tense silence, doing your best not to move, trying as hard as you can to not even breathe. As far as you can tell, Horror had left. You have no way of knowing for sure. Remaining motionless, you stay hidden in the cockpit until... Lieutenant, it's safe to come out now. You feel a little guilty for your paranoia, but want to make sure you're ready for anything, you assume Ensign Rumney is waiting in ambush and spring out of the cockpit. Fortunately, all you're met with is a still Hangar and a fretful Cadet Grange. Sorry about that, Lieutenant. I didn't mean to get you in trouble. I just... Looking around to make certain that you're alone with Dalton. Once again, it's a few seconds before you respond. Hey, don't worry about it, Cadet. Thank you for covering for me there. Yeah, no problem. But what do you want me for anyway? Why are you here? I didn't want to believe what they said about you and the captain and the commander, but after they locked you up, I heard Ensign Cruz say that... Dalton, hey, calm down. It's okay. Sorry. You take a deep breath and close your eyes, sighing before you begin. Something about asking the cadet for his help seemed wrong, although he is working on a JCF ship and he was basically still just a kid, but you know that he had the technical skills you needed. I'm here for your help, Dalton. I can't get control of the ship back from Lieutenant Lord, and both the captain and Commander Quinn are going to get executed as traitors. I can't do it alone. I need the help of someone who knows all the systems on the ship, and that's you. You want my help? That's right. You know your way around the ship almost as well as the chief. You could really help me out here, Cadet. As you talk, Dalton begins to fidget with his gloves, glancing around nervously as he does. I've just got to do something over there quickly. Once again, you reach out to grab him, but this time Dalton manages to evade you. His feet firmly planted on the Juno, he propels himself towards the opposite side of the hangar, disappearing behind some of the remaining storage crates. Damn it, Dalton! Dalton's disappeared in there somewhere. I should go and find him. You launch yourself on the armor frame towards the far side of the hangar, stopping yourself on the first storage crate you arrive at. You quickly glance over the mess of the containers, but aren't able to spot a young engineer. Quickly but quietly, you begin moving from crate to crate, looking out for any sign of the cadet amongst the disorganization. As you pass by an inconspicuous cluster of containers, you hear the rustle of a jumpsuit and a sharp intake of breath. You pause and turn your attention to some crates opposite where you heard the noise come from, and then a few seconds of fake investigation before launching yourself towards the nook that Dalton had hidden himself in. Dalton, please calm down. I just want to talk to you, okay? Dalton. Okay. I promise, Cadet. I wouldn't be here if I didn't really need your help. But right now, the Lieutenant Lord in charge of the ship, we're all in a huge amount of danger. It's not just the commander and captain, it's all of us. We don't know what's going on with this. You gesture at the strange craft thing. We don't even know if it's actually deactivated. We could still be in danger. How are we gonna deal with it if half our crew is locked up and the other half is on guard duty? What I need is a little bit of your help. If I can prove Commander Quinn's innocent, then that's one major blow to Lord's justification for this mutiny. After that, we can prove the captain's innocent too. From there, no one on board will side with Lord. They'll know it'll be them up for execution as traitors. But I can't do this alone. That's why I need you. I know the chief's taught you a lot already. With your help, I can get this done before we get anywhere near Europa. Thank you, but Dalton, lay your hand on his shoulder, please. What do you want me, Lieutenant? I mean, are you sure? I'm just a cadet. I don't really know that much of anything. Are you sure it's my help you want? Like, I just mean that maybe you should think about it, is all. If that's okay. Dalton. Oh my God. It's you again. Do you still need my help? I mean, not that I won't help you if you need it. It's just that maybe there's someone else who can help you, someone who isn't me. I just think that I might not be who you want. I would though if you needed it. Dalton, you look at the cadet for a moment, his watery eyes looking up at you, and you notice a slight tremble of his lower lip. I'm gonna take a look at some other options, but hang on, okay? I might still need your help. Right, okay, Lieutenant. I shall keep looking around see if there's anyone else who can help me out. Oh man, Dalton. Well, we only have one place left to go. Yeah. Confident that you know where this path would lead, you resume your journey, your ship's crawlways, steadily heading away from the light and towards more darkness. Within a mere 2 turns, you're once again enveloped in the blackness of the ship's inner workings, and you carefully shuffle forward, making sure not to let any sudden obstacles or shifts in direction catch you off guard. At first, the constant vibrations were only noticeable when you made a special effort to feel for them in the walls or floor of the crawlway. And as you continue you start to sense them passing through you. Eventually, they turn from a physical sensation to a constant noise that fills the dark tunnels. You find yourself moving in time with the rhythm that pulses through you, inching forward with each beat you feel. For every length of crawlway that you clear, the sensation grows stronger and stronger, and you to wonder how the engines haven't shaken the ship apart yet. It's not long before you eventually turn another corner and are met with a shower of illumination. Shafts of light fall around you from grating above, all the more visible due to the clouds of dust you kicked up on your travels. Moving forward and looking up through the grating, you recognize enough machinery to know that you're near the entrance to the engineering department. You tentatively test the grating above by pushing against it with your forearm and finds that it lifts away freely with no need to unfasten any screws, bolts, or fastenings. A welcome relief from the catches and clasps you had to deal with so far. Twisting onto your back so that you can better manipulate the grating without creating any noise, you've only just begun to push it upwards when it slams back down into place with a loud clang. You quickly release the grating, and with no time to swivel onto your front and crawl away, you start shuffling back towards the dark crawlways. Before you can get out of there, you see the soles of a pair of boots step over you, flanking against the steel grill of the flooring above. Fancy meeting you here, Lieutenant Sly. With a terrifying, effortless ease, the chief squats down and pulls up the grating with one hand. With the other, she grabs you by the collar and yanks you out of the crawlway, roughly depositing you on the floor before replacing the grating. You got permission from the captain to be on and about? To be out and about? Chief, hold that thought, Lieutenant. Come here. Taking hold of your upper arm with a grip far more powerful than you could have suspected, the chief begins to drag you away. You struggle to try to free yourself, but a combination of her raw strength and you being constantly off balance makes escape impossible. Chief, hey! Give me a second to explain, Chief! Chief, come on! Stopping only to swipe her keycard to her terminal next to the door, the chief continues to drag you behind her as she marches on into the newly unlocked area. Only once she's put some distance between her and the entrance does she stop, throwing you in front of her as she does. All right, Lieutenant, we can talk now. Chief, damn it, I was trying to explain. Why do you think I brought you here, Lieutenant? The entrance to this department's wide open. Didn't want anyone catching sight of you somewhere you shouldn't be. Especially not if it gets me mixed up in this whole cluster. Impressed you even managed to find your way into the crawlways, to be honest. Don't know how you got in there, though. Access from the quarters would... As the chief's attention is pulled away from you to the hypotheticals of your escape, you assume that, given she's not raised the alarm, she isn't going to be dragging you back to your quarters or handing you over to the ensigns. Oh, someone hid this in my meal. I used it to... Huh. So that's what Dees wanted it for. He told me that he needed to replace the batteries on his cassette player. I told him to bring it to me, and I can install some extra long-life military issue ones. Never seen that guy so insistent about anything the entire time I've known him, though, so just handed it over in the end. Thought it was strange. No way he had passed up the chance to extend his player's lifespan. Should have known that he was planning something. Probably has no idea how screwed he is if he gets found out. Chief, listen. Take it easy, Lieutenant. I'm not going to throw you in front of the new captain or her goons. Honestly, I admire the guts you've got making it this far. Have you got a brain to go with them, though? What's your plan? Gonna try and raid the armory? Take the ship back by force? Or try to sabotage it? Buy yourself some time? Because, you listen to me, Lieutenant. I swear to God, if you screw with anything in here, I don't care if it's to deal with Lord, Chief! I'm not going to mess with anything. I promise. Good to know. I got a job there. I got a job here, and that's to keep the ship running, no matter who's at the helm. And if you get between me and the smooth operation of this vessel, Lord's punishment won't be half as creative as mine. So, Lieutenant, what's your plan? Bartermews and Quinn are locked up. Lord's taking control of the ship, and the crew's not got enough skin in the game to push back. Let's hear it. You take a second to assess the chief's demeanor. You see she was stressed out by the situation. But from what you made of her, she wasn't the sort of person who would hand you over to Vanessa as soon as you were done explaining your plan. Alright, well, The way I figure, everyone's only going along with Lord because they got more to lose than gain if they stick up for the captain. Their accusations, they kind of stack up if you don't look too closely. Both Captain Bartermews and Commander Quinn were out of action when the Gun-Dog went offline, and Quinn is the immediate suspect in the doctor's murder. But I know there's no way Quinn could have done it. There's no way she'd have done any of it. And if the captain wasn't around, I don't think that was on purpose, not with how I saw her. We can disprove those accusations with evidence. We can show the rest of the crew that it'll be them getting charged as traitors due to this mutiny. Once we do that, they'll side with us over Vanessa easily. Even the ensigns have more sense than to stick with her. Well, you might have a point there. As it is, Lord taking command could be seen by the JCF as a reasonable course of action, given what her actions are based on. But how do you plan on proving her wrong, Lieutenant? You're going to need some good evidence to undermine her arguments. Well, you thought the broad strokes of the plan through, but you hadn't really had the time to consider the specifics. You've been too focused on navigating your way around a ship and finding out where you could access. I was hoping that I'd be able to get some help with that one, Chief. From you. Nice try, Lieutenant, but that's not happening. Sorry to burst your bubble there, but there's no chance I'm going to get wrapped up in Lord's games. If you want help, you're going to need someone else. Right now, I've got to make sure these engines keep ticking over. If I'm lucky and I can find the chance to get the long-range communication system back up and running before we get the Europa Colony. Chief, wait! Without giving you a chance to even try and convince her otherwise, the Chief has already turned her back on you and strung out the door she dragged you through earlier. Chief! You chase after her, following her through the doorway and grabbing her by the unyielding muscle of her upper arm. Chief, wait, just hear me out. In an instant, the Chief grabs your wrist, pulling your hand off her and angling your forearm away from you in a way that almost sends you to your feet. I told you, Lieutenant, I've got one job, making sure the ship keeps sailing. I've got nothing against you, nothing against what you're trying to do, but keep me out of it. These engines are still touch and go right now, so if we want to make it back to Europa, they're going to need my full attention. I don't have the time to get dragged into stupid little personal grudges or power plays. The Chief releases your wrist, which you draw back quickly. The pain from the awkward angle that had been held at shooting up through your forearm. I like Lord as much as you do. I'd love to see her get taken down a peg or two. Hell, I'd love to take her down myself. With that, the Chief turns on her heels and strides towards the engine room. You chase after her, calling out to her to give you another chance to explain, but your pleas have no effect. You're being completely ignored. Eventually, she arrives at the entrance to one of the engine rooms before you can stop her, steps through and closes it behind her, leaving you stuck on the opposite side. Hey Harley, how you doing? Damn it, Chief. I need your help. There's gotta be something I can do to get her to listen to me. If I could talk to her one more time, I'm sure she'd come around. She'd probably be a lot more helpful than Dalton, that's for sure. Although it's almost redundant, given how noisy all the nearby machinery is, not to mention the constant hum of the engines, you quietly approach the door to the engine room. You run your hand over it and ineffectively punch a few buttons. Hang on. You reach into your jacket pocket and feel the hard, thin edge of a key card. You knew that Hansen had taken yours, so this must be... You almost yell out when Vanessa lays her hand on Cassie's hip, but you stop to see her withdraw a key card from Cassie's skirt pocket. Holding it between her thumb and forefinger with a flourish, she waves it at you as she stands up and walks back over to you. The central computer can only be accessed by the captain or members of operations. Good luck getting in there without this. Vanessa casually tosses you the card, which you grab out of the air. You turn the card over in your hands a few times before pocketing it. Thanks, Vanessa. One thing we're thankful of. With a smug sense of satisfaction, you swipe the card through the terminal next to the door and step through into the engine room. Despite the vast size of this area, it doesn't take you long to spot the chief who stood over a large control panel. Alright, let's try again. You've been surprised at how quickly the chief had dismissed you when you asked for help. Although you assumed she might take a little bit of convincing, you weren't ready for her to completely reject your request like that. As you approach her, you take a few deep breaths, slowing your breathing as you feel your apprehension grow. You knew by how forceful her rejection had been that this wouldn't be easy, but at the same time, you also knew that you needed to at least try and convince her to help you. Without the chief's assistance, carrying out your plan would be much more difficult. Nearing the control panel that she stood at, you let out one final long exhalation and draw yourself up to your full height, your attempt at appearing confident more in order to convince yourself than the chief. Spatial distribution of the neutron flux reaction shows rates within parameters. Now that should mean energy releases. Chief, please, I really need you to hear me out. Should mean energy releases. For a moment, you consider reaching out to turn her towards you, but you know better than to try to assert yourself physically with the chief. Instead, you bring yourself closer than you're comfortable with and raise your voice. Chief, I know what you said, but please, I need your help. Lieutenant, I told you that I need to keep an eye on these engines. How'd you even get in here? Who's not take your key card? Gotta give you points for tenacity. I don't think there's any ducks or crawlways leading here since... Chief, that doesn't matter right now. I know you don't want to get mixed up in this, but I need your help. I know what I need to do, but I can't do it alone. I need you, Chief. The chief lets out a loud sigh that clearly communicates her exasperation at your persistence. You clench your teeth and take a deep breath before continuing. If you push your luck too far, you know that at the very least, you'll probably get physically thrown out of the room. And the lock will be manually overridden. But at the same time, you're aware of how this isn't something you can simply give up on out of fear of upsetting someone. You're damn right I don't want to get involved, Lieutenant. I've got a ship to bring back to Europa, and it doesn't matter who's on the bridge when it gets there, just that it gets there. Now, whatever's happened to its engines during that blackout isn't making that job easy. For the last time, Sly, get out of my way and do what you gotta do, but leave me out of it. Or do I need to get you out of the way myself? With a single step, the chief is right in front of you, looming over you, her bulk filling your field of vision. You instinctively go to take a step back, but stop just before you do, mustering all your confidence to stand your ground against the chief's imposing physicality. Squaring your shoulders and widening your stance, you do your best to assert yourself. Chief, I want to get the Gun-Dog back to Europa just as much as you do, but you know it's not about the ship, it's about the people on board. What good is getting us all back to Europa if half the crew is going to be put on trial for something they didn't do? What's the point in making sure the engines are working if the ship could be ripped apart by some enemy machine all because our pilots are playing security guard and there's no one to stop it? You don't look after the ship for its own sake. You look after the ship because of the crew, Chief. You know that. For a moment, you feel a flutter of relief within your chest, but you focus, not wanting to get too far ahead of yourself. It looks like the chief is coming around to you, but you're not convinced her yet. I know that you got important work to do right here, but if we don't deal with Vanessa now, we can't guarantee there'll even be a Gun-Dog to get back to Europa. Besides, we all know your work is so good that these engines won't go offline if you leave them for a few hours. You'd have made sure of that. If I had better options, I wouldn't be asking you, Chief, but I need you. Please. You're telling me you're doing this for everyone on the ship, Lieutenant? Not just you and Quinn? That's right, Chief. Obviously, Commander Quinn's important to me, but I'm the ship's security officer. It's my job to make sure everyone stays safe. I can't let them down like this. I can't. The Chief inhales through closed teeth and furrows her brow. Everything's stable right now. No sign of unusual output. I could. Why do this now, Lieutenant? If you think Quinn and the captain can be proved innocent, why don't you just wait till we get back to Europa? Bring it up at a tribunal. The Chief raises a good point. Your intent was to prove Cassie, the captain, and yourself innocent. By rights, the tribunal that would investigate this mutiny would be the perfect place for that. But you knew it wouldn't be so simple. I get what you're saying, Chief, but Vanessa would have thought of that already. She wouldn't have done this if she didn't think she'd get away with it. It'll be like that on that time on the bridge earlier. You know that her story won't line up with what happened, and I bet you that she'll have adjusted the reports to support her case. That's why I need to find this evidence now. If I can't convince the rest of the crew to get Bartermews back in the captain's seat, at least I'll have something I can use at the tribunal. The longer we wait, the more chance that evidence gets adjusted or deleted. Seeing the chief taking her time to consider your points, you know that you're onto something. Even if she doesn't, do you think they'll listen to someone who's been set up as a traitor? If Vanessa's story even seems like it holds water, they'll probably just write me off. But we don't need to let it get that far. I'm sure if we can show the rest of the crew that Vanessa's story will fall apart as soon as we get to Europa, they'll refuse to serve under her. Even Hansen and Harwood won't stand up for her if they know it'll be their necks on the line. With everyone on side, we'll stand a chance if that thing reactivates. Otherwise, we might never make it back. Make some good points, Lieutenant. The elation you feel at the response almost make you giddy, a feeling you temper with pragmatism. You can't be sure you convinced the chief yet. But are you sure you want to be doing this? What? Of course, I need to. You're locked up now, but no one's going to blame security for standing up for their captain, especially after everything you've done. You're certain you want to be sticking your neck out like this? I wouldn't be here if I wasn't, Chief. I feel that way now, Sly. Let's step away for a second and give it some thought. Sometimes, when you're trying to fix something, the real solution isn't obvious until you take some time to think it over. Might be other options, you know? I want you to make sure you're serious about doing this, Lieutenant. You're serious, you know that. Part of you wants to tell the chief that here and now. But at the same time, you know that you don't want to risk pushing her too far and almost win her over. If you look like you haven't thought this through, you might undo all that you've done to convince her. You breathe out and let your shoulders drop, letting some of the tension that you built up leave your body. Yeah, okay, Chief. I'll make sure this is what I want to do. Thanks for hearing me out. No sweat, Lieutenant. Seems like your heart's in the right place. Just need to make sure your head is, too. Without hesitation, the chief turns back to the control panel that she had been working on and resumes whatever it is that she had been doing before you interrupted her. Maybe there were other options, but could any of them be as good as getting the chief to help you out? You'd have to give that some thought. You damn straight I gotta give that some thought. I think we go with the chief. All right. In the time you've taken stepping away to think this over, the chief had moved onto a different section of the engine room. Instead of working on a control panel, he was now staring intently at a selection of gauges and dials. Reactions nominal, no issues here. Chief, I've thought it over. Lieutenant, you sure about that, Lieutenant? I haven't even finished making sure all the MPE outputs are in operation parameters. So what's it gonna be? You certain? Yeah, I can't do this without you. Yes, Chief, I am. I know what you said, but I can't risk it. I can't risk Vanessa getting away with this. I can't risk the crew. I'm gonna do it. Well, you got a lot of spunk, Lieutenant. I'll give you that. Everything's running fine here, so I guess it's you and me now. Where to then, Sly? You're buoyant with elation at the chief's words. With her on your side, there was next to nothing on the ship that could stop you. First of all, we need to show that the captain and commander weren't intentionally absent when the blackout happened. We'll also need to prove Commander Quinn had nothing to do with killing the doctor, so we'll also probably go to sickbay? Yeah, good idea. If we went there, we'd be able to... Yeah, that's right, Chief, but to get there, I'll need to head through the crawlways, of course, and have you strolling down the thoroughfare when you're supposed to be locked up, even if, where she'd been hesitant before, the chief had clearly already switched her focus from problem solving from the ship's engines to your predicament. Unfortunately, it looked like that came with her predisposition for getting carried away and analyzing that problem from every perspective. Chief, the crawlways. Huh? Right, crawlways. Alright, Lieutenant. So due to the ship's construction, the crawlway system doesn't extend to the engine blocks. But it's because of how the Swift class, enthusiastically lecturing you, the chief heads towards the entrance that leads back into the engineering room, going into a detailed breakdown of the nature of the disconnect between the ship's hull and its HFDD engines. You let out a sigh of acceptance and follow her. You didn't really want to become an expert on the idiosyncratic construction of the Swift class. There was a small price to pay for saving the entire ship. It's because the fundamental framework is actually from intercluster small load transports. During the war, it doesn't take long for you to both arrive at the spot in the engineering department where the chief first hoisted you out of the crawlway you arrived in. What that means is that with minimal effort, the chief pulls up the grating and tosses it to you, almost knocking you back over a guardrail. Swift class could theoretically be the easiest class in the fleet to upgrade if there's any further advancements, as you hurry to enter the crawlway and replace the grating above you as the chief disappears into the darkness, continuing to rattle off more about the ship's engines than you can ever hope to remember. With the grate secure, you quickly shuffle towards the ongoing spiel, during the deluge of facts your guide in the darkness as you head back into the bowels of the ship. Making your way through the crawlways as quickly as you can, you still find it difficult to keep up with the chief, who moves through the cramped confines of the tunnels with surprising swiftness. There are multiple times where you have to get her attention so that she'll slow down and not leave you stranded in a pitch dark network of passages. Despite your constant reminders, as soon as you reach her, the chief will often race ahead, leaving you desperately shuffling to keep up. You were finding it hard to move at the speed due to the limited room the crawlways offered, which made the chief's pace all the more impressive considering her height and build. Eventually, you reach a familiar illuminated area. Sweat dripping down your brow, you call out, "Chief, stop!" "Is that, Lieutenant?" "Got a few hundred meters of crawlway to get through if you want to reach the sickbay. No time for slacking." You hold your hand up as you do your best to catch your breath. "Okay, yes, Chief. I want to reach the sickbay." As your breathing slows and you feel more capable of talking, you lower your palm, allowing you to pivot from your hands and knees to a sitting position. You lean back against the wall behind you, relishing the cool chill of the steel. "But we need to go over the plan before we get there. If we just show up in the central hub and the ensign sees us, it'll all be over." You're right. There aren't any crawlways leading directly to the block that the sickbay's built into, so we need to use the elevators. Which means that, in terms of access, the Chief's eyes dart back and forth as she begins to go over the different variables in her mind, and after a moment, she shifts from the crawling position she'd been in to sitting cross-legged on the floor. You let out a deep sigh of relief as her attention is completely taken by the logistics of accessing the sickbay without being seen. As she continues to mutter to herself, you undo the top button on your uniform shirt and flap the fabric near your collar back and forth to cool yourself. Now that you weren't trying to keep pace with the Chief's unnaturally fast movements in the crawlways, you finally had time to think, and you turn your thoughts toward the next step in your plan. It was going to be difficult to figure out, and now was the time to do it before you headed anywhere else. You spent some time kneading the muscles in your legs and the balls of your hands to work out the tension that had accumulated as you crawled through the tunnels. As you work your way from one leg to another, you listen in to the Chief's mutterings as she considers different ways in which you'll be able to access the sickbay. You're relieved that she's putting in so much thought into it, but from what you can tell, there's only thing about how you'll get in, not what you'll do when you get in there. After a few more minutes, no indication that the Chief will give up on this puzzle herself, you interrupt. "Hey, Chief?" But Lieutenant Sly wouldn't be able to access that area, so that brings us back to, "Chief, hey! Lieutenant, I'm trying to figure out how to get us into the sickbay. Give me a moment." "Chief, I know we're going to need to get to the sickbay to prove Quinn and the captain innocent, but right now we need to figure out what we'll do when we get in there. Right now, any part of the ship that isn't these crawlways or my quarters is risky for me to be in, so I don't want to spend any longer outside of them than I have to. I'd rather we discuss the plan now and leave it until we get there. That makes sense. So, what were you thinking, Lieutenant? What evidence are you after in the sickbay? Well, do you remember how Lord justified her mutiny on the bridge earlier? That rat. She was saying that Quinn and Bartermews were both out of action on purpose when the ship had that blackout. I don't see how it would benefit two traitors to be stuck on a dead ship, but she must have some way to twist the facts. Exactly. To deal with that accusation, we need to... I'd say we prove that they're actually unwell. Show that the two of them were actually sick when the blackout happened. If we can show that they weren't faking it, then that would blow a huge hole in Lord's justification. If we can do that, then the rest of the crew will see that they're in danger just by siding with her. Even Hanson Hard won't risk it. We can convince them, and with no one to back her up, Lord's mutiny will be finished. I see what you're saying, Lieutenant, but how are you going to do that? Well, I was thinking that there would be records. There'd be medical records, right? As soon as the power was back on, I took the commander straight to the sickbay and told the doctor about the captain's condition. He's always making notes on that tablet of his. Even when he was treating me after the crash, he was logging his diagnosis and medication used onto it. He'd have definitely done the same for Captain Bartermews and Lieutenant Commander Quinn. Hey, good thinking, Lieutenant. If the medical records software is like what I use to log repairs, then it's pretty watertight. Time, date, essential information will all be there. Exactly. Right. So we're going to need to get our hands on that. Easy. You shift from your sitting position back to your hands and knees to begin crawling your way through the tunnels to your next destination, while the Chief remains sat where she is. Come on, Chief. We need to get to sickbay. You're forgetting something important, Lieutenant. What do you mean? The doctor's murder. With gritted teeth, you shift back to your sitting position. In the excitement of thinking you had a solution to this whole problem, you completely forgotten that Lord had directly accused Cassie of the doctor's murder. Even if you could prove she had been unconscious at the time of the blackout, no one on the ship would take the side of a murder suspect. Do you know where they put the doctor's body, Chief? I was knocked out when that was being dealt with. Did they leave it in sickbay? Of course, the surgery wing has a storage unit for them. Why? Then nothing's changed. The proof we need that the captain and the commander weren't absent on purpose is going to be in the sickbay, and the doctor's body is too. If we're going to prove that Commander Quinn didn't kill him, that's probably the best place to start, right? Can't argue with that, Lieutenant. Right. Sounds like you got it all figured out. Ready to get moving? Ready when you are, Chief. That's what I like to hear. Just make sure you keep up this time. Yes, Chief. You marvel at the speed and agility that the Chief demonstrates in such a confined space as she springs forward from her sitting position and disappears down a dark crawlway. You, on the other hand, curse how awkward it is as you rearrange yourself back into a crawling position and head after her. Although she only has a few seconds lead on you, it only takes that long for her to disappear from sight, leaving you scrambling to catch up, following her exclusively by the sound of her boots and jumpsuit scuffling against the tunnel floor. Fortunately, you're just about able to keep pace, and panting and covered in a fresh film of sweat, you catch up with her just as she opens a hatch in the tunnel's ceiling. The Chief bolts out of this new exit, but you're a bit more careful, listening out for any other voices before approaching the hole slowly and peeking out in case there's anyone else in the airlock. After confirming the coast is clear, you climb out and shut the hatch behind you. Not bad, Lieutenant. You kept a pretty good pace there. Maybe we'll get you up to maintenance team standards yet. You smile and nod at the Chief. You'd like to respond, but you're breathing too heavily due to the exertion of keeping up with her and the cool air the airlock catches in your throat. Instead, you wipe the sweat from your forehead with the cuff of your shirt sleeve and lean against the main airlock hatch, trying to slow your breathing. So when it comes to the crawlways that you can access, the closest that The network we've been inside will take you to the sickbay is here in the airlock. There's others that could take us right there, but none of the access points are places that you could get to without being seen by some other crew members, so... Again, you simply smile and nod, taking the opportunity to compose yourself as the chief fills you in on all the different paths that the crawlways run through the ship. Eventually, you're ready to move on, but the chief is deep in another lecture, being increasingly absorbed by her own subject matter. Exhaling deeply, you stand fully upright. If you want to get moving, you'll need to snap the chief out of it. Oh my god. Gotta save again. Chief. Hey, Chief. Now that you're ready to move on, do your best to nudge the chief out of her latest mental distraction. But the thing about that approach is that it doesn't consider... Chief! What is it, Lieutenant? I was just considering... Sorry to push you, Chief, but we really need to get going to sickbay now. We only got a few days until we're back at Europa. The sooner we deal with this, the better. Right. Okay then, Lieutenant. How are we going to get past the ensigns? The ensigns. Remember nearly being caught by Hansen last time you were in the airlock, but in the brainstorming session you had in the crawlways with the chief, you completely forgotten to factor them into your plans. You've been too concerned with where you needed to be in order to prove Cassie innocent, that you hadn't thought how you get there. You got a plan for this, right? Of course. You lie as you run through some ideas in your head. I guess we're going to need... I'm gonna say we need to take them out, honestly. I would be okay with that. I guess we got no choice. Gonna need to figure out some way to take them out. Not that we can get to that armory, but maybe we could. Lieutenant, do I need to explain everything that's wrong with that plan? Don't you think we'd have just taken them out already if we could? And if you got some plan that lets us win in a straight fight considering what they're packing, I want to hear it. You lose your brains in those crawlways or something? All right, Chief, point taken. But if we can't get them out of the way, how are we going to get to the elevators? That's easy enough. It's not hard to make a distraction. But what can we do? We need them out of the way for longer than just the time it takes us to get from here to the elevators. Don't worry about that, Lieutenant. I've got just the thing. You stay here and watch for the right moment. You'll know when you see it. Okay, but now pausing to listen to your concerns, the chief turns away from you and strides down the hallway towards the central hub. Unlike you, she still has the freedom of the entire ship as long as no one realizes that you're both working together. You watch as she walks nonchalantly into the hub and then turns right towards the aft thoroughfare. If the ensigns notice her, there's no indication that they care as she casually walks away. You take a deep breath and crouch down by the corner of the airlock's exit. You don't want to miss the chief's signal, whatever it may be. Before you can even start to wonder what the chief will do, your question is answered. What is she? From your position, you see the chief storm back into the central hub and yell at the two ensigns, gesturing towards the engineering department. Ensigns, I need you in engineering right now! You can't make out the response, but the chief's reply is loud and clear. If you don't get moving, there'll be no one left to guard. Now get down there! It doesn't take much to convince the ensigns. You see them sprint past the chief and towards the engineering department. Once they're out of sight, the chief looks to you and shoots you a quick wink before turning to follow them. Get straight to the engines, crews. Those cores need to be realigned now. Once the chief is out of sight, you dart down the corridor towards the central hub. You check both thoroughfares and not seeing anyone, went over to the elevators. Come on. You repeatedly tap the button. Thankfully, due to its emergency nature, the sickbay doesn't need you to swipe your key card to access it, instead of relying on simply using a bioscanner while whoever enters. That might be bad. Let's go already. Let's go. As the door begins to open, you immediately slip through the gap, hitting the door close button as soon as you're in time. With a sigh of relief, you lean back against the cool metal wall and feel yourself begin to move downwards. You knew that there was no way the chief would have purposely created a real problem in the engineering department. So whatever she had lined up for the instance was probably pointless busy work. Still, it had done the trick. As long as it kept them occupied, it didn't matter what she'd done. As the elevator's rate of descent begins to slow, you step forward and shield your eyes before the doors open and expose you to the harsh glare of the sickbay lights. Now that you finally got here, you could begin. You emerge slowly and silently into the sickbay, scanning the room as your eyes have adjusted to the light. At first glance, you don't see any sign of the attacker who had knocked you out the last time you were here, but you're careful to check behind the doctor's desk as well as the other blind spots within the room. Once you're confident there's no one else in here with you, your shoulders drop and you release the tension that you've been carrying. Without any obvious threats, you take your time going over the room. Everything was as you remembered it being. No one had even gone to the effort of cleaning up the shattered glass that covered the floor in front of the medicine cabinet. You take a small amount of solace in that fact. If you're lucky, it meant that everything else in the room had been left alone too, including evidence that might absolve Cassie or the captain. Okay, where to begin? The doctor's desk. If there are any documents that will come in useful, they'll be in there. The doctor's desk. It's probably my best bet of finding something useful. Moving around to the side where Dr. Rosarium typically sat, you're relieved to find that the drawers are unlocked. You take a thick pile of files out of the top one and begin flicking through them, looking for anything useful. There's got to be something here. You think, but there's a huge number of documents in a stack of folders that you've taken, one that you can easily skim through. After a few minutes, you place them down on a table and try the second drawer. This time, a smile crosses your face as you pull out the doctor's data pad. Jackpot! Pulling a sticky note off the screen and placing it back on the drawer, you took the device out of you, inspect it, looking for the power button. You find and flick a switch on the back of the data pad, watching the screen slowly illuminate as the device comes to life. The sound of a drive within beginning to spin, letting you know it's still functional. Alright, I bet this will have all the information I need. Your elation is immediately wiped away as you're faced with the login prompt. Oh, come on! You place the datapad onto the desk alongside the pile of files and sit down on the doctor's chair, placing your head in your hands. You had no expectation that this endeavor would be easy, but you've been hoping that, at the very least, it would have been simple. Unfortunately, that did not look like it would be the case. After taking a few moments to silently fume at the challenges that were being thrown your way, you realize there's nothing you can do but move forward. This can't be it. There's got to be something I can do. With a long exhalation, you stand up looking around the sickbay. You come this far, you weren't going to give up yet. Heading over to the emergency bed, you do a quick visual review that doesn't reveal anything unusual. Despite this, you take some extra time to go over them, peering into all the little nooks and crannies where the padded top joins the frame. Pay careful attention looking for any unusual markings or damage, or signs that someone else may have been around them aside from Cassie and the doctor. After a few minutes of searching, you fail to find anything that could have proved that someone else was here when the doctor was murdered. In fact, aside from a few of Cassie's hairs on the pillow, the bed she'd been resting on, there was no sign that anyone had used these beds at all. Let's see. Much like on the O'Brien, the glass fronts of the cabinets that stored the various medicines and treatments had all been smashed, with fragments covering the floor. Do your best to avoid disturbing anything, but still manage to crunch a few pieces underfoot as you look at broken edges on the glass that remain in the cabinet doors. No blood, no fabric, nothing caught on these shards. You step back to get a better look and hear something crinkle as you step on it. Turning back to see what it was, you kneel down to pick it up. Nutri-Shake mix. You turn the packet in your hands and notice that it's completely empty. Just like what happened on the O'Brien. I know it wasn't Cassie who killed the doctor, and since this is the same thing that happened on the O'Brien, does that mean it's the same killer? Could it be whoever's piloting that machine? But we've not seen any sign that anyone's been able to leave it. And why would they kill 2 doctors just over nutritional shakes? Oh, it doesn't make any sense. You pick up a few scattered boxes of medication and place them on the counter. You review each one in turn, finding them still completely sealed and no obvious relationship between them. This one's for blood pressure. These are sleeping pills. Some of these are antidepressants. The only factor in common is that it looks like they were all yanked out to get what it was behind them, which would be you peer into the back of the cupboard where all you can see is an empty cardboard tray with the product name printed on it. NutriShake Max, nutritional alternative, 10x 2 kilograms. If someone wanted shake mix, I'm sure they could have just asked. As you walk over the entrance to the surgery wing, the first thing you notice is that the typically clear glass panel that lets you look inside is a frosted effect that's reserved for patient modesty or any procedure requiring discretion. With the rest of the crew accounted for, no one available to do any surgeries, you can only assume that was left in place because the doctor's body has been stored inside. Running your hands back through your hair, you pace from one side of the room to the other. As far as you could tell, there was no obvious proof that Cassie had been the doctor's murderer, but you couldn't find any proof to the contrary either. At this rate, you wouldn't be able to find anything, and there was every chance that once you left sickbay, the ensigns would have returned to their positions outside the crew quarters. Had you risked it all for nothing? Before you can dwell on that thought, you hear the elevator whir into life, letting you know that within the next few seconds, someone will be entering the room. With no time to spare, you decide to... You look around the room in desperation for somewhere to conceal yourself so that you can either stay unnoticed by whoever enters or get the drop on them if necessary. With the surgery wing locked and the emergency beds nothing more than suspended platforms, you're left with one option. Just as the door slides open, you dive behind a desk trying to tuck yourself into what little space there is underneath it. Remaining as quiet as you can, you listen to the sound of footsteps crossing the room towards your position. The footsteps coming from the elevator towards the desk fall heavily on the floor, each one causing a resounding thud. Whoever's entered the room stops right by you, and you hear a slight creak from the desk as if a great weight has been placed on it. Get out of there, Lieutenant, it's just me. Chief appears in front of you, squatting down with one hand still resting on top of the desk. She reaches out to you, and you take her hand, which yanks you out into your feet. No need to worry about Cruz or Rumney. I've got them realigning cores on a deactivated secondary drive coil. With the false readings I fed into it, they'll be here all day. Told them I'd be working on the main coil in the other engine room, said they shouldn't figure I'm gone for a while. Unless they realize the readouts they're getting are on a loop, but the 14 variations I plugged in. How's it going in here? You find what you need yet? Not yet, no. You gesture over to the doctor's desk. I found Dr. Rosarium's data pad, but I can't log in. Surgery wing's locked up, and there's no obvious evidence that points to anyone else in here aside from Commander Quinn. Sounds like you've been having a tough time, huh? Yeah. You run your hands back through your hair and lean back against the cool glass that separates you from the surgery wing. Oh, hope I can find something obvious, but there's nothing useful here, and we can't get to the doctor's body or into his notes. Hey, don't worry about it, Lieutenant. You got me here. You think this ship does anything but what I tell her? No chance. I'll get it sorted. Where are we gonna start? Well, you look at the desk which you retrieved the doctor's data pad from and pinch the bridge of your nose. It was driving you nuts that such a potentially vital piece of evidence was locked behind a password. Something got you down, Lieutenant? Just thinking about the doctor's data pad. It could have everything we need on it, but without its password, there's nothing we can do. You sure you've looked everywhere? Rosarium was good with medical equipment, but no good with computers. Bet you he's written his password down somewhere. Maybe there is something I missed. A vague memory returns to you, and you head over to the desk, opening the top drawer. Aside from a collection of plugs and cables, you already emptied everything that seemed important. You slide it closed and move on to the one below it, opening it to find that without the data pad inside, all it contained was a sticky note that you previously peeled off the screen. Could it be that easy? Temper your expectations as you read what's been written. The device asked me to press any key to continue. Ask Cathays location of any key not visible on keyboard. No. The doctor cannot be serious. What'd you find? Exasperated, he passed her the note, and as her eyes scanned the writing on it, a broad smile fills her face. I remember when he asked me about this. Laughed so much I scared the hell out of the cadet. Had to explain to the guy that the computer's instructions weren't as literal as he was treating them. Guess he just saw an instruction and followed it. So that has to be it. There's nothing useful on the desk, and I don't think those files will be much help. I thought that the note might be the doctor's password, but I was wrong. I can't believe someone would be so literal about computer instructions like that. How has he managed all these years? The doctor's data pad. I wish he'd written his password down or left us a clue or something. No use wishing, Lieutenant. Keep your head in the here and now. This problem is gonna get solved. It's gonna be by us. Yeah, you're right. You don't know anything about the doctor that'd help you guess his password. Well, I guess he's extremely matter-of-fact, to the point, literal. I wonder. Alright, let's give this a try. I guess that wasn't it. Not that either. It can't be. I refuse. You've got to be kidding me. Dr. Rosarium, you cannot be serious. So what was it, Lieutenant? Password, as in enter password. A huge smile erupts on the chief's face, and she laughs loudly, giving you such a hearty series of pats on the back that you almost launched the datapad across the room. Huh, little Rosarium. Wiping a tear from the corner of her eye, the chief maintains her grin. You could always count on that guy to get straight to the point. Good work figuring it out, Lieutenant. See if you can find something useful on that device. Will do. Let's see. Chief, I've got something about Commander Quinn. Yeah, anything good? Maybe. Says here that he gave her sedatives at 21:22. It was around 21:30 when I came down and found the doctor dead before getting attacked. There's no way that she could have attacked him if she'd just been sedated, let alone kill him. She wouldn't have been in a state to do much of anything. What about the captain? Anything there that helps her out? Nothing yet. I'll keep looking. Ossification field. Provide recommendations on counseling for alcohol misuse and potential addiction. Provide treatment for asalgia. Rehydrate with high glucose electrolyte mix accompanied by painkillers. Completed 1452. This looks like it contains the medical records of everyone on board the Gun-Dog. If I go any further, I'll be looking at some really sensitive material, but there could be something in here that helps me. I'll need to make sure I only look at what I need to. Here we go, Chief. Yeah? Just found records for the captain. Says we found her unresponsive due to, because of what? Something called asalgia, but it says she was unresponsive, so that should prove she wasn't absent on purpose. Works for us. So we got the lieutenant commander being dosed up with sedatives and Bartermews having, what did the doctor call it? Asalgia? The power was off? Vasalgia. It's a hangover. Nostalgia is a hangover, is the medical term for a hangover. Looks like we got enough to prove that Lord's full of crap. Definitely. This will be really useful. I don't know about that. What's on that pad seems like it'd be enough to convince the rest of the crew that Quinn and Bartermews didn't have anything to do with what Lord's been saying. And it convinced me too. Yeah, it's pretty hard to ignore that. This totally goes against what she said. Now we just gotta figure out how Rosarium actually died. Yeah. Look towards the frosted glass of the surgery wing. If the doctor's body was gonna be anywhere, it'd be in there. Nothing in the room could help you prove that Cassie wasn't the murderer, and the doctor's body was your next best bet. You knew what you had to do, as unappealing as it was. You stand in front of the closed doorway to the surgery wing, and tap on the frosted glass. You knew the glass used is the same kind as what's used in the window on the bridge, and it would pretty much be impenetrable to conventional weapons, let alone what you had at your disposal. You've not been able to find a doctor's key card, and without it, you wouldn't have much of a chance of getting in. With a smug sense of satisfaction, you swipe the card through the terminal next to the door and wait for it to open. Instead, you're met with a harsh series of digital tones. Access denied, insufficient authority. Figures. Your eyes linger on the terminal for a few more seconds as you think about everything you've gone through in the past few days, involving bypassing these devices with the doors attached to them entirely. You didn't bring the PST, did you, Chief? Nope, but it wouldn't be much good to us. If you haven't found Rosarium's card, then we can't get that door open without anyone else's. Only he'd had the authority. You squeeze your eyes shut and pinch the bridge of your nose. I guess if they left him in there, they must have taken his card on the way out. One of the ensigns probably has it, or Vanessa. You sigh. No chance of us getting it then. I didn't say that, Lieutenant. Your eyebrows raise and you turn back towards the mechanic. But how can we get in without... I told you, Lieutenant. This ship does what I say. Nothing on board can get in my way. What? You think I don't know how to get around every single system or device here? No, Chief. Nothing like that. I just thought... Damn straight. Now take a look at this. The Chief moves you to one side and lays a gloved hand on either side of the terminal casing. The swift yank is followed by the loud sound of snapping plastic as the Chief pulls away the top of the device, including its screen, which is still connected to the inner workings by a long ribbon cable. Get over here, Lieutenant. We don't have all day. Oh, so that's It's a combination digital physical security unit. JUCF used to manufacture loads of these back in the day. I know what I'm going to have to do. Overproduced them though, so when someone came up with a better system, there were huge amounts left over. Didn't make sense to waste them, so the JUCF's been using them in low security facilities on ships where they're not expecting any problems. Oh, I see. So can you do something to get the door open? That's gonna be your job, Lieutenant. See, this thing works by redirecting power to the door where it scans the right clearance on a key card. You can get the same thing to happen by rotating the nodes, though. Reverse the power to where you need it to be. Easy. Chief, shouldn't you? Wish I could, Sly. Chief takes off one of her thick gloves and holds her hand up to you. Aside from the calluses and worn wintry skin of her palm, you also notice that the whole hand is shaking. The tremors are small but constant. Oh. Damns your nerves doing too much work with the heavy machinery as a girl. I'm fine with military or industrial grade machinery because it's usually pretty chunky. Stuff like this, I don't have the dexterity for it. So what you're waiting for, Lieutenant? What are you waiting for, Lieutenant? Get on it. Right, of course. Alrighty. So I can go one of two ways. I wish I could shift some over. Yeah, I'm not seeing. Maybe I'm blind. Maybe I'm. So it goes under. What's the difference between going under and over? That's the thing. And there's really no difference between it going under and over. Unless, like, you can move some of these, which I don't think you can switch them. Or backwards. You see, I've worked backwards. You need to focus on the destination and not the journey. trying. What's the journey? Sure. Because maybe I am blind. But I see two ways to go about this. And they all lead to dead ends. You've got to be kidding me. You hear a click as the locking mechanism disengages and the door slides open. Huh, yes. There you go, Lieutenant. Easy, right? Yeah, easy, something like that. As you step back from the terminal, a waft of cold air from the now open doorway hits you and a chill runs up your spine. You pensively eye the entryway, taking a few steps to your right to get a better look inside. I was blind. I'm gonna admit, I was blind for that. I'm like, what the hell am I missing? Like, that one goes over that one, but like it goes under, and there has to be a reason for that. I was like, what the hell am I doing? As you expected, you can see the doctor's body. Lying on an operating table. You shiver again, although this time not from the cold air that was leaching into the climate-controlled warmth of the main sickbay. Everything all right, Lieutenant? The Chief appears beside you, her hand on her shoulder. On your shoulder. Yeah, it's fine. I was just thinking about what we have to do next. I got you, Lieutenant. Never nice seeing one of the crew like this. Yeah. The temperature just outside the door is almost as cold as the room beyond, and as the chill continues to spread, you rub your arms instinctively to warm them. You knew that you always planned to get in there to examine his body. But now that it was possible, but we've got to do what we got to do. It is what it is. It is what it is. You repeat. Come on, Lieutenant. Let's get to it. You hesitate for a moment before nodding, which the Chief takes as a sign to enter. As she walks into the room, the Chief becomes a vague silhouette, barely visible behind the frosted glass. With her out of the view, you clench your fist a few times and then follow her into the room. You've never been in here before, although you've taken a few opportunities to peek inside when the glass wasn't frosted on the few times you visited the sickbay. They weren't particularly reassuring to look at from the other side of the glass, but your proximity to the automated surgical assistants has made them much more intimidating. A series of long, thin mechanical appendages were suspended from a collection of disc-like objects, which themselves were attached to the room's ceiling by various supports, cables, and tubing. The room's temperature was so low you could see your own breath, which turned to condensation on certain parts of the machines, glinting with hot light as you moved around them. Directly underneath all this was the body of Doctor Seifer Rosarium. You shudder as you approached the corpse. Although you encountered the bodies of the crew on the O'Brien, those weren't people that you interacted with, spoken with, people you'd known. Laying here on the table, lack of vital essence in the doctor was tangible. As set it as he had been when he was alive, seeing him like this made your stomach turn. If the chief was feeling the same way, she wasn't showing it. Alright then, Lieutenant. What are you looking for? Well, I guess I should... If we can figure out how he died, then that might give us an indication of who the killer was. Or at the least, can show us that Cassie couldn't have done it. Sure, you're a security officer. Guess that makes you something like a detective, huh? The edges of your mouth involuntarily curl upwards slightly as the chief's question reminds you of how Cassie had reacted to your position when you first met. She had been so excited about her misconception that you were on ships to solve crimes that you didn't have the heart to tell her otherwise until her fourth electronic mail asking you if you had any murder cases yet. Still, neither the chief nor Cassie were entirely incorrect. The head security officer was responsible for gathering information and evidence prior to a case being handed over to internal investigations or the military police if something happened whilst out in space. Kind of, I guess. You've been given training in assessing a body, but not only for particular service level things. Hopefully that'd be enough. Okay, let's see. Starting from his feet and working upwards, you gingerly assess for any signs of broken bones, swelling, dislocation, or wounds, finding nothing. As you move up his body, you still don't find anything except his cybernetics extended further than you were aware of, with a good portion of his left leg and chest proving to be mechanical. With your assessment continuing to be fruitless, you eventually move on to the doctor's head. Sweeping back his hair to check for bumps or bruises, you notice something strange around his eyepiece. Chief, look at this. What is it? It's subtle, but look. You gesture to the edges of the doctor's prosthetic where the device meets the doctor's skin. Signs of singeing and minor burns along the edges. The lens of the eye surrounded by a ring of black. Strange. Looks like the device has overloaded. But the power cells used in his prosthetics shouldn't produce enough current to shock him even in a situation where... So you think the doctor may have been shocked then? Huh? It looks that way, but it shouldn't be possible. An electric shock? You briefly dwell on the possibilities. Just like on the O'Brien. What do you think could have caused this? Nothing in the other room. There's no obvious damage to anything that would expose any electronics with the power to do this. Can't see anything in here that could have delivered the level of shock. EFib paddles are still on their mounts, no damage to the automated assistants. Had there been something someone brought in, like an electroshock weapon? Whoa, Chief. You don't think I did this, do you? I don't know, Lieutenant. Did you? No. I came in, found the doctor dead, and got attacked just before I could check on Cassie. Why would I kill the doctor? Chief's hard glare drops the temperature of the room by a few more degrees as she watches you from the other side of the operating table that the doctor's been laid down on. You have to be pretty stupid to murder someone, then break out and drag another member of the crew to show them evidence which showed you did it, huh? You breathe a sigh of relief, which turns to a small cloud of vapor in front of you. Yeah, you would. Guess we have our answer there. Even if it raises more questions. Now that we've figured this out, do you think there's anything we can learn from his prosthetics? Do they keep any information about his condition or anything like that? Rosarium's augments are pretty old, but the chief reaches into one of the pockets of her overalls and pulls out a small screwdriver, much smaller than the one Dylan had snuck into your meal. Methodically, she begins to assess the doctor's right arm, following the edges of various panels. Eventually, she raises the arm, which yields easily, finding a series of screws on the underside of this mechanical forearm. Each screw is quickly removed and placed neatly into a nearby surgical basin, following by a panel that the chief lifts away. Although the chief is simply disassembling a piece of machinery, you can't help but feel a bit queasy as you watch her work, given the situation you're in. With the air of a surgeon about her, she continues to methodically disassemble the interior of the doctor's arm until she places the screwdriver down and pulls out a small circuit board on which remains connected by a series of wires. She holds the board up and turns it to face you, showing that it has a small screen and a series of buttons on the other side. It should give us a log of the doctor's vitals, but looks like the whole unit's been deactivated. Hold it for a second. As it's passed over to you, you can't help but notice a trail of wires and cables heading back into the forearm towards the doctor's elbow joint and wrist like a series of veins and arteries. You swallow nervously, looking away as the chief continues to dissect the interior of the mechanical arm. Unnerved by the procedure being carried out next to you, but still having to hold on to this component, close your eyes and steady your breathing. There. There's a click as she lays a burnt-out battery in the surgical basin, and you see that a series of wires coming from the doctor's arm are now connected to a fresh-looking battery that sits just to his side. So, Lieutenant, what does it say? You look at the screen on the device. All you see are 4 flashing numbers separated by a colon. 2129. What is it? A diagnostic code? No, it's the time. But it's not. You gotta look at your wristwatch. The time the power on this prosthetic failed, Lieutenant. Right, okay. 2129. That's when the power on his prosthetics failed to. Do you think that's when he died? Yeah, probably. These things run on power cells. It looks like whatever got him took them out too. I came to visit Commander Quinn just after 2130. So whoever killed the doctor must have gotten to him just before I arrived. The doctor's notes showed that he sedated her at 2122. There's no way she'd be in any shape to take anyone out after that. Now we know when he died. Maybe we can cross-reference it against the ship's logs, see who was here and when. Something like that. Not a bad idea, Lieutenant. Thanks, Chief. Alright, hold on. The Chief takes the small circuit board off you and returns it to the interior of the doctor's arm, carefully replacing the wiring before reattaching the panel with the screws she removed earlier. Didn't want to leave him in pieces, you know? Doesn't seem right. Yeah, of course. Okay, let's look for clues to his killer's identity. There's nothing useful out in the main sickbay. I couldn't find any trace of anyone else being here but Commander Quinn. If we're lucky, there might be some evidence on the doctor that we could use. Although your training in handling what could be considered crime scene or evidence was brief, you hope that the small amount you've been taught might come in useful. You don't notice any obvious signs of bruising on the doctor indicate he had been grabbed. There's no signs of any use of a weapon either. After looking at the fingernails on his left arm and not seeing any signs of skin or blood, you're about to give up when you check his mechanical hand. Chief, look at this. What is it? You raise the doctor's mechanical arm, twisting it slightly so that she can see the back of his hand. As soon as she notices what you're pointing out, he takes the arm off you. Knuckle joints and tops of fingers, both crumpled. Augment's military grade. Must have hit something hard for this to have happened. What have you found, Chief? Take a look. Gently, the Chief extracts something from the joint between the index finger and the knuckle and then passes it to you. You carefully take the small fragment off her and hold it between your thumb and forefinger, bringing it up to your eye. It looks like a small metal chip, maybe a piece of whatever he hit. Pass it back. Maybe. there's nothing on the ship made using something like this. The chief pauses, her brow furrowing deeper into its scowl. Except that thing in the hangar. What? You think this is something to do with that? The chief walks over to the nearby hand-washing station and takes a few sheets from a roll of disposable towels, wrapping a small fragment up before placing it into her pocket. Can't say for sure, but looks like it. Why the doctor, though? No idea. You pause as you consider this new piece of information. It had given you a fresh perspective to consider, but if anything had just created more questions, well, that's all I can see that looks useful. Now we found that we should leave the doctor in peace. He's not got anything left to tell us. Yeah, I'm with you there. You follow the chief out of the room, stopping by the terminal to reset the components and replace the screen. As you click the screen back onto its mounting, the door hisses shut, stemming the flow of cold air from the surgery wing into the sick bay. Just before it closes, you catch one final glimpse of the doctor. All you can think about as he disappears from your view is that if you had got here a few minutes earlier, maybe you could have done something. There we go, Lieutenant. Think that's it? The pad shows that Quinn and Bartermews were both out of action when the blackout happened. Then we got information on that pad, as well as what we found out from the doctor himself that shows that there's no way she could be the killer. Should be pretty good for convincing everyone, right? Yeah. What's up? You're gonna be excited about the solid alibis we got for the captain and commander. I was just thinking, we can show that it wasn't the captain and it wasn't Commander Quinn, but we still got no idea who it was, right? Someone on the ship is responsible for the doctor's murder. If we don't find out, they'll still be out there. Even if we get Captain Bartermews back on the bridge, we're all targets, right? We need to figure out who it was. That's a good point, Lieutenant. But how are you gonna do it? Well, the datapad got me thinking. The doctor had his logs, right? Not that different from the whole ship. Almost everything is logged. So if we look at the records, we should be able to figure out who it actually was by tracking the crew's movements. With Lord on the bridge, she'd have the ensigns on us before we got anywhere near the reports. Wouldn't surprise me if she's got a panic button all set up or something. Hey, no problem there. You don't need to go through the bridge. Everything on the ship goes through the central computer. You can get over to engineering and take a look at the records there easy. Won't the ensigns notice? Don't worry about it. I've got them kept busy in one of the engine rooms. I'll take a look to make sure the coast is clear too. Thanks, Chief. No problem. Let's get moving. Following the Chief's lead, you enter the elevator and the doors close behind you as you enter. After a short journey in silence, they slide open again, revealing the central hub. Just follow me, Sly. If I see anyone around, I'll make sure to give you a heads up. You only manage to nod in response before the Chief confidently strides out of the elevator and towards the aft thoroughfare, leaving you to follow her out. Although she makes her way towards the corridor with the utmost confidence, you're more furtive, constantly looking over your shoulder and down the other corridors you pass. As you head toward the engineering department, you notice the terminal attached to the entrance into the armory and how it's identical to the one you managed to hack in the sickbay. Chief, wait! What's going on, Lieutenant? Well, I think we need weapons. The plan's to convince the rest of the crew and get them behind us before we approach Vanessa and the ensigns. But what if the ensigns don't listen to reason? Vanessa's gone this far to take control. How much further do you think she is willing to go to keep it? Trust me, I don't want it to come to this, but if it does, I get you, Lieutenant. It makes sense. The ensigns should still be in the engineering room. If they got any sense, if anyone else comes along, I can deal with them. You know what to do. Get going. Thanks, Chief. With the Chief's assurance that you won't be bothered by the ensigns, you get to work removing the top of the terminal's casing, exposing the mechanism within. Oh, great, another one. Hopefully I'm better at this one. Work backwards. Okay. doesn't. Yeah, I just had to work backwards, that's it. As you rotate the final node, the electricity is redirected and the door slides open. You quickly slip inside the room, followed by the chief. Small arms and light weapons. Vanessa must have given the ensigns access to this locker at some point after we got back from the O'Brien. Wish I'd noticed. As you review the weapons inside the locker, you decide on a submachine gun like the one currently in Hansen's possession. It wasn't much, but it was the most powerful weapon in the armory, and it would put you on a level playing field at the very least. You go to open the locker, but quickly stop. Something wrong, Lieutenant? These lockers are set up to alert the bridge whenever they're open. If I were to just take a weapon, Vanessa would be onto us for sure. There's no way for me to get it out without giving us away. Makes sense. Can't mess around with the components on these systems either. They're much newer than what's in the terminals. Hang on, Sly. Watch as the chief steps back, looking up towards the top of the lockers. Pacing from one end of the room to the other, she stops occasionally to look at the conduit or bundle of cables. Eventually, she heads to the left side of the series of lockers and places her hands on the top, effortlessly heaving herself up in one motion. Get ready to grab what you need and shut the door again, understood? You place your hand on the locker's handle, waiting for the chief to take action. Saving, just in case it's timed. Understood. With a sharp tug, the chief pulls 3 large cables out of the wall. Now, Lieutenant! You pull open the door and fumble in the darkness, eventually grabbing one of the guns and a few magazines. You place them down beside you and then slam the door shut. It's closed, Chief. Gotcha. With a huff, the chief drops back down to the floor. You look up and past her and see that the cables have been inserted back into the wall. Just had to disrupt the circuit the room's on. Might as well show as a blimp on the bridge, so let's go before anyone comes to investigate. Thanks, Chief. Gather up your weapon and ammunition and leave the room. Outside, you take a few seconds to reset the components and replace the casing on the terminal, causing the door to slide shut. You follow the chief down the remainder of the thoroughfare and you arrive in the engineering department. She pauses for a moment, looks around, and then, with the same self-assuredness, continues her way towards the central computer. You follow her along the series of catwalks and lead you there, keeping a constant watch towards the engine rooms in case one of the ensigns were to emerge. Fortunately, your journey is uneventful and you arrive at the door. So what's the plan to get in, Lieutenant? Nothing complicated, Chief. You pull Cassie's keycard out of your pocket and present it to the engineer, who takes note of the name on the card. Not bad. Where'd you get that? During the blackout. Lord never took it off me, and you slide the card through the reader on the terminal and the door hisses open. It looks like since they've got the Lieutenant Commander locked up, they never thought to deactivate her access. Rookie error for Lord, but it works for us. Get inside, Lieutenant. You follow the Chief's instructions and duck inside the small room with her behind you. As soon as you enter the room that houses the central computer, you know that you're going to have problems. The room was small, barely larger than a small cupboard, and there was just about room for only one person to operate the computer, let alone. Hey, Lieutenant, move over, would you? As the chief muscles her way into the room, you're immediately pushed up against the keyboard and monitor. As she continues to force her considerable heft inside, it's all you can do to squirm your way towards one of the corners to avoid being crushed. I think they made these bigger, wouldn't you, Sly? A small is about all you can manage as you continue to adjust yourself to try and find a position that you can actually breathe in. Hold on. Right, so how do you figure we're going to find who got to the doctor, Lieutenant? Well, you take a breath as the chief shifts around. If we look up who went into sickbay immediately before me, that should give us our answer. Gotcha. Let me just... As if carefully plucking parts out of the toolkit, the chief's typing is slow but methodical. With both hands raised over the keyboard, he scans the letters and strikes the one she's after, beginning the whole process again for each following characters. It takes a while, but eventually a window appears with a long list of names, dates, and times. 23rd of April, PC 214. 2:30, we got Lieutenant Fox Sly, but before that we've got... She pauses, making you shift and wriggle to get a better view of the screen. No information. Sickbay, 2129. What does that even mean? How can there be no information? Hang on a second. Chief's voice trails off as she resumes the same methodical process of hunting for the keys she needs, slowly proceeding by typing with just 2 fingers. As a different selection of logs and lists and files appears on screen, you hear the chief mutter to herself. Not that there's no info, it's a log, just with no user data. Shouldn't be possible. Whether it's a key card or bio data, Bartermews has to authorize every crew profile. The system shouldn't allow any dummies. Chief, hey, what is it? Silently, the chief places the tip of her finger on the screen, pointing to a set of entries. No information, sickbay 2129, just before I got there. You carry on working your way down the list. No information, crew quarters 5-2102. That's Cassie's cabin. No information, central computer 2021. No information, engine room 1933. No information, mess hall 1910. No information, Hangar 1850. That was just after you and Hanson crashed at Juno right into the hangar, bringing that machine with you. You both stand in silence as the information remains on the screen, flickering ever so slightly as its brilliant green stands out on the dark black of the stream. Come on, Lieutenant, let's get going. Without warning, the chief steps back, out of the room, grabbing you by the arm and dragging you with her. Chief, hang on! You struggle against the chief's iron grip as she pulls you out of the small room and along the catwalk which leads back towards the engineering department's exit. Chief, wait! You can't just... Despite her gloved hand encircling your entire forearm, you manage to wrestle yourself free, taking a few steps backward as she turns to grab you again. Get over here, Sly. You gotta go tell Lord what's going on. I know it's bad, Chief, but you can't just... Damn right it's bad. I don't care what's going on with you and her right now. Something's gotta be done, and it's gotta be done... Chief, think about that for a few seconds. If you go up to the bridge and tell Vanessa that she's wrong, how do you think she's gonna react? If she's made herself the captain, she can act like the damn captain and get this ship swept for intruders. Quit messing around and... Do you think Vanessa will really do that, Chief? How do you think she'll react it if you tell her that you figured out there's an intruder on the ship that's responsible for everything she's blaming on me, the captain, and Cassie? Do you think she'll admit her mistake? She'll be the one up for execution as a mutineer if that happens. Best case scenario, she ignores you. Worst case, I get it, Lieutenant. If we can't go to Lord, then we can... The chief pauses, and you see the frustration continue to burn in her eyes, until after a moment, she drops her shoulders and exhales, releasing her pent-up tension. We wouldn't be able to take direct action, but then we can set up an alert if the dummy ID is detected. The risk is that we need to stay by the terminal feeding back the report, so if... Unless... Chief, hey! The plan's not changed, Chief. We can't go to Vanessa, but if we go to the rest of the crew, we can convince them of what's really happened. Once we've done that, we can get her out of the way and get the captain back in command, and then deal with whatever's actually happening on the ship properly. But we need to figure out what that actually is before anything else. If we know their aim, then we'll also be in a better position to deal with what's happening. So then we could breathe a sigh of relief as the chief begins to mutter to herself, her eyes darting forward and backward, and she quickly gets absorbed into the specifics of how the situation can be handled. You take advantage of her distraction, but pause, consider yourself. You found out a lot about what happened, but so much of it was just disparate information. You need to bring it all together to figure out what's really going on. You could tell by the intense look of focus on her face that the chief was already focused on planning how to handle the intruder once you've got the crew on your side. Her instinct for problem solving would be crucial in getting to the bottom of this whole thing. Chief. Huh, Lieutenant? We can start on a plan to deal with whoever's responsible once we figured out who it is and what they're doing. But where do we start with that? How do we get this all figured out? Lord's first big claim was that Quinn killed Rosarium, although I don't know why he'd be a target. It's not like he... What about that being her first big claim, Chief? Right, we need to convince everyone that Quinn didn't kill the doctor. That's what's got everyone spooked. Definitely makes you and her look like the bad guys if we prove she didn't do it. Right, so what do we know that proves Cassie didn't do it? Because of the condition she was in. He had been completely knocked out when the murder happened. I arrived minutes after, and his tablet shows she was sedated. The dosage, the timing, it's all there. She couldn't possibly have killed him. She was unconscious at the time. It happened. That makes sense. Sedatives they use for onboard care are pretty fast acting. If Rosarium gave them to Quinn, she'd be out like a light. We got his log, timestamp too. Hell, Romney and I had to carry her to her quarters. Girl was dead to the world. Not bad, Lieutenant. I think you're onto something. Thanks, Chief. Makes sense to me. If Quinn's knocked out, there's no way she can kill anyone. Hey, Crystal. Hey, Millie. I'm feeling pretty good. How are you? How you doing, Crystal? Exactly. Now that we got that figured out, we can... But... Your stomach drops. You thought for a moment that you dealt with Vanessa's accusations towards Cassie, but the hesitant look on the Chief's face said otherwise. What is it, Chief? Lord's not gonna let it be that easy. Quinn was sedated, sure, but those meds take a few minutes to be effective. What are you saying, Chief? We're gonna need to stay a few steps ahead of Lord, Lieutenant. Get in her head. Think how she'll argue back, then deal with that. If you tell her Quinn was sedated when Rosarium died, she'll just come straight back with something like, how do you know she didn't kill him before the sedatives took effect? Oh, you're right, she would. Those drugs act quickly though. Cassie couldn't have been awake for long. Does it matter? If Lord sees an opening, she'll go for it. So we need to prove she didn't kill him before she fell unconscious, right? Well, she couldn't have because... The cause of death is shock. I mean, it would be risky. There's no signs of struggle. But I'm gonna go with the cause of death. There's no way she could have killed him. We're gonna need more than that, Sly. The cause of death. Think about it. Whatever killed him also deactivated his prosthetics and left signs of singeing along where his body met the metal. That could have only been done by a source of high-power electricity, something like an electroshock weapon. I didn't find one in there. No one mentioned finding one either. So unless she got sedated, drew a previously hidden electroshock weapon, and then managed to hide it again, it's a ridiculous scenario. Yeah, that's right. I don't remember seeing one when I arrived. You didn't find one. But what if Lord does her own investigation, finds an electroshock weapon in there? She wouldn't. I searched that room from top to bottom. No, she means planting evidence. Yeah, but what if she did? Might not have even been there when you looked, but she could still find one. That's ridiculous. She'd be planting evidence? You think that rat wouldn't? We're not playing fair, Lieutenant, so we need us bolted down. How do we know Quinn didn't hide an electroshock weapon? Why couldn't Cassie have hidden the weapon? She can't access the armory, only we have that access. It's simple. She couldn't have had an electroshock weapon in the first place. You sound pretty confident there, Sly. You sure? Absolutely. She couldn't have one because she can't get into the armory. Only members of security have access to the armory, and it's the captain that grants the authority to crew members to access it. If the captain never granted her access, she wouldn't be able to get in to get one. That's a big if. Well, I can prove it easy enough. Running this through the terminal outside the armory will show that she couldn't get in. It's the same reason I didn't ask for your card just now. It wouldn't have worked. So if she never had access, she couldn't have gotten her hands on one, right? Yeah, that makes sense. Even without the card, the weapons that have been taken will show on the ship's logs. If you're right, the only electroshock weapon down is taken should be yours. That's gotta be enough to prove Cassie didn't do it, right? Seems pretty airtight to me, Sly. Lynn would have been unconscious because of the meds, and even if she wasn't, the way Rosarium died doesn't make sense because she can't get into the armory. It'd be hard for anyone to argue with that. Great. So that's Quinn. What about Bartermews, though? The captain? You're hit with the realization that you've been so focused on proving Cassie's innocence that you've completely forgotten that Vanessa had leveled other allegations against the captain. That's right. Lord accused her of being unavailable on purpose during the blackout, didn't she? Quinn too. Ugh. Yeah, you're right. I bet even if we convince everyone that Cassie's innocent of killing the doctor, then Lord will just focus on the sabotage. It's not like she let the truth get in her way so far. She's a slippery one. Hey, buck up, Sly. We got the stuff with Quinn and Rosarium figured out. All we gotta do is deal with this, and then we can show everyone Lord's nothing but a liar. So don't start moping now. You're right. We need to convince everyone that the captain and Cassie didn't have anything to do with the sabotage, and that they weren't dodging their duties. But what do we know about them that we can use? What proves that Cassie and the captain weren't responsible for the sabotage? I mean, besides the fact that they were both unwell, yeah, they would have died too. As far as their motive, I question that. It couldn't have been set up ahead of time. So Vanessa's argument is that they're both traitors through an inactivity, right? That it was a choice? Basically it, yeah. But using the doctor's datapad, we can see that both of them were unwell at the time of the blackout happened. There was no choice about it. The doctor made note of what happened to the captain as well as all the scans and treatments he gave Cassie. He wouldn't have done that unless he found cause to. That proves there was a genuine medical need. The doctor may have had his quirks, but I don't think the crew will believe he was incompetent or a liar. Yeah, Rosarium wouldn't have done all those scans on Quinn unless he found something wrong. The captain, too. He noted a condition and a treatment plan. I think you got it, Lieutenant. But here's the hole in that argument. And I think Vanessa will bring this up. We're avoiding it. They're avoiding it because people don't know what Vasalgia means. Vasalgia is a hangover. That in and of itself could be dereliction of duty. And I think Vanessa is going to point that out. Yeah, what armed forces is going to let you get away with I couldn't be on duty because I had a hangover? None. Absolutely none. I don't even care if it's fictional. If they do, that is the biggest hole in logic and argument that I think this game would just kind of look past. But we'll see. That's it then. That's the captain and Cassie both in the clear. It took a while, but we got there. Hell, this had convinced me. I'm still not convinced. But something bothering you? Even though we got that figured out, it leaves us with needing to find out who's actually responsible. If we can't show who the real culprit was, then Vanessa will just worm her way out of it. Say that the captain and Cassie are still the most likely culprits. That's a good point. So then, you got any ideas who it was? Someone else. I don't think it was anyone from the crew. No? If you think about it, when the blackout happened, no one was in any position to take advantage of it. We were all totally taken by surprise. It didn't seem like something that happened from within the ship either. We'd have figured out what caused it otherwise. Yeah, I reviewed the diagnostics, and although there were some fluctuations in the main grid, that was... Plus, the same thing happened to the O'Brien. It wasn't just the power going off that affected the O'Brien either. Their doctor was also killed. What? Yeah, the doctor on board the O'Brien. I found her dead. Not like how Rosarium died. It looked more like she was killed with physical force. But the sickbay was all smashed up. That was the same. And we know that no one except myself had the means to kill the doctor in the way we can see he died. But even then, the entry logs for the sickbay showed that the bioscanner didn't pick up anyone from the crew going in. Just this no information. And we know when they first showed up. So you're saying that whoever was on board that thing when it arrived has done all this. It's the only way it all makes sense. Maybe they tried to take out both the O'Brien and us, but we were able to get the ship back online. Now they're trying a different approach. I thought with that much compound covering it, there'd be no way any pilot could get out. The machine didn't have any hatches, no surface details to indicate an access point, nothing on the exposed parts. You might be right, Lieutenant. The one on board has got all the skills needed to pull this off, even if they wanted to. How'd they do it, though? That laser or whatever the machine has could have torn the Gun-Dog to pieces. If it's an enemy pilot, why would they do all this? Where are they getting out of this? I wouldn't say they're after Cassie. I wouldn't say they're pirates. Could it be a spy? Spy, huh? Yeah. Someone from the Solar Federation trying to use their state-of-the-art technology to find out what's going on in the JUCF? To infiltrate ships to steal information? But we caught them. Now their whole plan's gone up in smoke, so they're trying to get rid of us? You ever been on a ship where they found a spy, Lieutenant? No, but I have. Back when I was on the Alvis. Quiet guy worked alongside me, maintaining one of the first batches of new model Junos. The manufacturer sent him to help us out. Spent months working with him, and one day the MPs come down to that hangar and take him away. Turns out he's been using the Albus's connection to the JCF network to feed information to the Terrans. Everything he did was on the down low. He only got found out because someone in data admin noticed the access dates and the information didn't line up with the scheduled reviews. Point is that spies don't go about blowing up ships before they got what they want. They just move on, keep quiet. If the spy's good, you'll never find out they were there at all. A spy wouldn't do something like lure us out here just to get on board so they could kill the crew. Alright, maybe not a spy, but if it's still something secret though, like a weapons test? Like the Terrans don't have enough ships to test the machines out on. Alright, if they're not a spy then maybe... What if it's pirates? You think it's space pirates? Right. They're a lot more common after the war due to all the salvageable ships and armored frames lost out there. Maybe that craft is some pirate creation? That's why it doesn't seem to work properly and why their pilot isn't following standard procedure when it comes to the contact or surrender. Taking 2 Swift-class ships undamaged, that'd be a huge win for any pirate. But their plan's gone wrong and now they're panicking. The doctor could have been a victim of them stealing medication or something. There's no chance, Lieutenant. Chief? I'm going to give you my professional opinion as an engineer on this one. There's absolutely no way any pirates out there, big organization or not, could build something like that. The weaponry, the way it moves, the damage it can take, the materials. I've never seen that kind of stuff before, and I've got some pretty good friends working in R&D still. JCF's nowhere near this level. Pirates could never build something like this. Totally impossible. Are you sure, Chief? Couldn't they have stolen a prototype or... Totally impossible. Right, understood. So if it wasn't pirates doing it to seize our ships, maybe... Right, this may sound crazy, Chief, but hear me out. Whoever this is, I think they're after Cassie. After Quinn, huh? I'm gonna need an explanation on that one. Well, there's a couple of things I might be wrong, but I think it's because, well, she has a connection to them. You take a deep breath in. You still weren't totally sure, but with everything you notice, all the odd happenings that you picked up on, it felt like the only explanation. You still couldn't quite form a full picture of what's going on in your head, but you knew you were close to figuring it out. You knew that what you'd seen was important. There have been things happening that haven't made sense. On their own, they didn't seem like anything to worry about, but now that we're here, they do. When I reactivated the Gun-Dog's computer, I could hear the same signal that came over the bridge's comms just before the whole ship shut down and Cassie collapsed. The whole thing went haywire, everyone's cruise reports flashing up on the screen, but the only thing that stayed was hers. Then the whole thing shut down. At the time, I thought the computer had been damaged by the sudden loss of power. Now I have to wonder, what if the signal was coming from that machine when it was on the O'Brien? Why would it focus on Cassie's file? She blacked out when she heard that signal too. She was the only crew member who seemed to be affected by it. It's her. Things keep happening to her. After Quinn, huh? Then explain what you've seen, Lieutenant. The central computer shouldn't display any files in a fresh boot. Any previous session would have been lost when the power went off. Some of what you're saying, yeah, it does kind of look that way. Quinn's just a lieutenant commander though. What makes you think someone would be after her? Well, what makes her special? How they left her alive. How they left her alive? That's right. In the sickbay, they didn't harm her. When I got there, the doctor was already dead. I didn't see anyone head down in the sickbay before I did, so they must have gone down there at least a few minutes ahead of me. They would have had plenty of time to kill her as well. But they didn't. They left her alive. You survived your encounter too, Lieutenant. Don't you think that maybe killing the doctor was an accident? That's only because Hansen raised the alarm after he noticed them attack me. I was lucky that blow didn't kill me. It could easily have, and if Hansen hadn't pulled the alarm, they'd have been able to finish me off just like the doctor. So they killed the doctor, they attacked me. Why was Cassie left unharmed? They wouldn't have left her alone unless they wanted her for something, right? Chief goes quiet as a pensive look crosses her face. Her eyes look downward before they start darting back and forth, a telltale sign that she's deep in thought. This time though, there's none of her usual mumbling. Instead, she's completely silent, although you notice her lip twitch ever so slightly. You trusted the chief. That was why you'd gone to her to help you through this. If you couldn't convince her about what you were thinking, or at the least give her enough reason to have faith in you, there's no way you'd be able to get the rest of the crew on your side. She seems to think you were right about the doctor's death and sabotage, but could you convince her that Cassie was at the heart of this? There could be a lot of reasons they didn't kill her, Sly. She was unconscious, so she wasn't a witness. You really think this is what it all comes down to? Yes, I am. How can you be sure? You don't think this is just a big coincidence or something? How is it all tied together? I don't think so, Chief. After all, the Nutrishake mix? Saying it's all just one big coincidence, I don't think that's it. Everything that's happened to the ship, everything that's happened to Cassie, they're all connected. You can see the links. Slow down, Lieutenant. I get why you're saying that, but you can't just go with your gut on this because some random events line up. And I've got a problem. I can't just assume the solution. I gotta diagnose the issue, figure out what's really going on, so I know the right way to solve it rather than just patch a problem. You're telling me it all come down to Quinn? You're gonna have to give me something more than instinct and feelings. But what about the fact that the Gun-Dog is still in one piece? That craft, whatever it is, it ripped through the O'Brien like it was nothing and then made it all the way to the Gun-Dog. Why didn't it just destroy the ship then and there? Hanson and I saw how powerful its beam weapon is and sliced through the O'Brien's armor with ease. If we'd been caught by the beam in our Juno, then we'd have been vaporized in a second. Why didn't it destroy the ship when it had every chance to? Why did it go dead at the exact moment it did? And we fly it right into our hangar? Why is the ship still online when that thing could knock it offline with a single signal? Why did all this happen and why does everything keep coming back to Cassie? Chief stands silently in front of you, imposing and quiet. There was a passion and fury in her amber eyes. I think they're blue. Something in her look that made you feel like you were being disassembled, like a machine being examined for faults. Had you gone too far in pushing your point? Was this the wrong direction to take? Had you missed something? I get it, Chief. I know it all sounds nuts, but with everything I've seen, it's really... You're onto something, Lieutenant. Chief? Think so? Gotta say, what you're putting forward, it tracks with everything that's happened, the timeline, what we've seen. With that all in mind, it seems like Quinn's definitely got herself caught up in something. Of course, that's what's going on, then they're not gonna stop now that they're so close. Or they're gonna try something else. No time for messing around anymore, Sly. We need to get the crew together, screw Lord's games. Thanks, Chief. I'm glad that you heard me out. I know it's a big risk, but hey, don't worry about it, Lieutenant. You've done good. Now, if we... Is that... Without thinking, you sprint away from the Chief and towards the entrance into the aft thoroughfare. Hey, get back here! Despite the Chief's call, you continue toward the sound of gunfire that tears through the air. As a security officer, you knew this was your duty, but beyond that, you had a terrible feeling. Yeah, this would be a good time to save. What if you realize everything too late? You dash out of engineering and down the length of the corridor, the sound of gunfire reverberating through the long hallway. A piercing staccato is beaten out in the distance, and you drop to the floor as bullets punch through the space around you. You scramble back to your feet, bolting towards the central hub as a flurry of shots answers the volley you narrowly evaded. Another burst of gunfire cracks through the air just after you dive out of the thoroughfare, a clatter of bullets striking the wall behind you. More shots fly past you as you scramble along the floor, finally finding safety by pressing yourself up against the wall adjacent to the four-side thoroughfare's entrance. Sly, what the hell are you doing here? The two ensigns crouch on either side of the entryway. Hanson looks at you in confusion as Haru leans around the corner, firing off another burst. Does it matter? What's going on? What does it look like? Damn it! Haru quickly ducks behind the corner just as another salvo pierces the space they stood in. Hanson responds in kind before returning to cover. Who is it? Brenda Quinn's looks like. What? You lean around the corner, trying to catch a glimpse of the attacker as Haru takes the opportunity to fire back. Who? Wait! Almost out of sight, slouched against the wall leaning to the crew quarters corridor is the unconscious Cassie. Cassie! Both of you, hold your fire, you might hit Cassie! We'll stop shooting when they do, Lieutenant. As the legal back and forth continues, the central hub fills with the stink of gunfire and hot metal. You've been right, someone was after Cassie, but you realized it too late. What would you do now? If you let this carry on, it won't be long until Cassie is caught by a stray bullet. You draw the gun you stuffed inside your jacket and flick the safety off. Making sure to aim high so as not to hit Cassie, you pivot around the corner. Oh boy. You see your opportunity, and you fire. Watch her shots impact on the attacker, running up her suit and striking her helmet. But she remains standing, totally unfazed. You begin to squeeze the trigger again when... What? What? Excuse me? Cassie? But how? You pivot back around the corner just in time to avoid a slew of shots. What? Is that Quinn? It can't be. Whatever. Shifting his weight, Hansen prepares to fire around the corner, unperturbed by this latest development. No! You dive into Hansen, forcing his gun upwards, a trail of bullet holes marking the ceiling. Don't shoot! Get off me! Cruz, they're moving! As Hansen shoves you off, you watch Cassie throw Cassie over her shoulder and disappear through the hangar entrance. Hey, stop! You spring up and sprint after the two of them, falling through the open doors. Barge past the ensigns and leap down each set of stairs. As soon as the gravity begins to lessen, you vault a railing and drop down to the bottom. Stop right there! You yell as you burst into the hangar. Gun drawn. Stood in front of the huge massive machine in the foam, staring back at you is Cassie. Is what looks like Cassie. Despite her appearance, there's no recognition of you in her eyes. The usual joy that permeates her entire being is absent. The thing that stood in front of you is a facade, nothing more. Who are you? What do you want? You glance to her side and see Cassie, your Cassie, slumped beside this silent imitator. Cassie! You raise your gun and level it at the duplicate, but your hands are shaking too much as you stare down the sights at the face of your beloved. Just give her back and I won't shoot. A slight movement catches your eye and you look past your target at the entombed craft behind her. Fragments of foam cut through the air around you as the machine's prison is vaporized in an instant. You're thrown back by the impact of its leg on the catwalk, only saving yourself from slamming into the hangar's rear wall by grabbing onto another nearby railing. Wait! Before you can recover, they grab Cassie, slip a mask over their face, and throw her over their shoulder before retreating up the machine's leg. Within seconds, the pair disappears inside a hatch atop the craft that closes as soon as they're through. You spring forward, kicking off the wall behind you when you feel a sudden rush all around you, drawing you forward. You grab onto the catwalk's railing just in time. The hangar door is opening. You brace yourself against the air, whipping past you, doing your best not to get dragged along with it into space. Sly, what the hell's going on? You hear Hansen yell over the rush of oxygen and glance back to see him in horror hanging onto the hangar's entryway. Get back here! This whole place is depressurizing! They've taken Cassie! You gotta get her out of there! You shout back, a torrent of air continuing to rush out of the hangar, snatching the words from your mouth as soon as you say them. What are you talking about? Get over here! You feel the machine's steps reverberate around you as it stomps its way out of the hangar. Its engines ignite and a searing blast of heat hits your back as it soars away from the Gun-Dog. Give it up, Sly, she's gone! Get back here! Cassie had been taken. Wherever that machine was, wherever its pilot was, she was with them now, hurtling away from the ship. Hansen and Haru remained clinging onto the doorway, gesturing for you to get out of there. Even if you could convince them to help Cassie, would Vanessa let them go in their armored frames? Maybe she was already ordering Dylan to fire on the craft. It's up to me. I've got to. I must say Cassie. Can't just let her go. She needs me. We'll have to. I need to. Save her. I'd have to. Are you not meant to do it? She's counting on me. This is it. I'm going to save Cassie. I'm gonna save Cassie. You turn around and bring your right leg up over the railing. Sly, don't! Ensign lunges out to grab you, but he's too late. You throw yourself into the void of the hangar and snatched away by the vacuum. You just about manage to grab onto the Juno as you fly past it, your arm nearly wrenched from its socket by the force. Despite the pain, you hang on and pull your way towards the access panel by the cockpit, fighting against a rush of air that continues to buffet against you as you input a series of commands to open the hatch. As soon as it's opened, you clamber inside and grab an emergency oxygen mask, sling it over your face as you activate the armored frame. Hitting the combination of switches and buttons required to start the machine, you feel a dull rumble followed by a swell and vibrations as the systems throughout the cockpit are illuminated one by one. You grip the flight sticks and squeeze, breathing deeply and slowly. You can do this. As you push down the pedals, the Juno walks forward and you direct it to grab a machine gun from a nearby rack of weapons before turning to face the open hangar door. Appear at the main monitor trying to locate the enemy craft amongst the stars, but are distracted as a window opens on the screen to your left. A shrill voice yells at you from the monitor speakers. You in the Juno! I haven't given anyone permission to launch! What? Lieutenant Sly? What are you doing in there? You're supposed to be locked in your quarters. Get back up here, now! Fuck you, bitch. Sorry, Lord. I'm going after Cassie. You're what? You're not leaving the ship, you traitor. Get out of there and I'll get you... Get to your quarters now. If you don't, I'll... You press a single button on the screen, cutting off Vanessa's transmission. You couldn't care less about what she said or how she threatened you. You were done worrying. Everything you did now, you did for you. For Cassie. This is Lieutenant Fox Sly. LK-5. Launching. You slam both flight sticks forward just as you watch Hanson do during his duel against the machine, sending the Juno tearing through space toward where you'd last seen the kidnapper's craft heading. There you are. You force the controls as far forward as they'll go, demanding every last ounce of thrust available from the engines. The cockpit begins to judder around you, but you don't let up. As the gap between your armored frame and the machine closes, it quickly comes within visual range, and you notice it remains still, almost like it had been suspended in space. In front of it, you see a strange shifting distortion, as though the space ahead of it had been torn open. You're not going anywhere! With a twist of the flight sticks, the Juno banks right, and you bring yourself around in a wide arc, building up speed until... Give her back! Your head is still ringing from the impact, and you taste blood in your mouth, but you manage to regain control of your armored frame, raising this machine gun towards the enemy. Now! You're not able to get a shot off before the craft blasts away into space. Gritting your teeth, determined to not let it escape, you thrust the flight sticks forward again, and you're forced back against the seat as the Juno hurtles after the target. You can hear the engines begin to whine, and the main monitor is full of warnings and alerts, but you keep the controls where they are, not wanting to give the enemy a moment of reprieve. Slowly you gain on this strange craft, and as soon as you're within range, you squeeze the trigger on the right stick, holding it down to empty the gun's magazine. Each round slams into the enemy, a sustained series of impacts throwing it into a spin. There's more where that came from. You threaten, beginning the process to reload your gun. The grim grin, you focus the targeting reticle, lining up your next volley. Wait. In an instant, the enemy turns, snout-like protrusion already glowing brightly within the telltale bolts of the energy emanating from the light within its weapon. It's all you can do to draw the controls back and slam your feet down on the pedals, trying to halt the Juno before it's caught in a deadly beam. Through luck, more than skill, you managed to prevent the blast of energy from cleaving your Juno clean in half, but now alarms filled the cockpit and your warnings cluttered your monitors as you realize the armored frame's left arm has been sheared off. You struggle with the controls as your off-balance machine careens through space, its fine calibrations now thrown off by the loss of the limb. You manage to reorientate yourself, only to see the enemy's cannon pulsing with energy as it prepares another devastating shot. No! Damn it! Surprised you lasted this long, Sly. Hansen! Not a bad effort for your first flight. I'll catch hell from the chief for losing that arm, though. Hansen, what are you doing out here? Saving your dumb ass. What does it look like? Why the hell did you chase this thing out here? I told you, it's taking Cassie. You're such a sap, Lieutenant. But you got guts. Never thought I'd see the day when you stood up for yourself. If you want to rescue Quinn, get moving. I'll keep it here. Right. As soon as Hansen disappears from your monitor, his Juno is behind the enemy, grappling it. You waste no time in following him, struggling against the controls. Your ability to maneuver is limited, but you thrust over to the craft, digging your frame's remaining hand into a gap between its armor. The actuators in the Juno's shoulder screech in protest as the enemy struggles against you, but you continue, not willing to stop now. Yeah! Cassie! Fox! You pull Cassie into the Juno's cockpit, closing the hatch behind her. As you float together in the enclosed space, arms wrapped around each other, you savor the moment. When it was possible, you never let Cassie go again. With a sigh, you release her, taking both her hands in yours. Cassie, are you all right? I think so. You can tell from the look in her eyes that she's still a bit dazed, but otherwise, you can't see anything that worries you. Come on, I'm taking us back to the Gun-Dog. Push off the cockpit ceiling, land the pilot seat, bring her down with you. After the two of you are sat down, you strap yourself back in and take a firm grip of the flight sticks. Hold on tight, we'll be there in no time. You gently push forward on the controls, easing the Juno's engines back into life. Cassie wraps her arms around you, nuzzling as far as into your neck as she can, given that you're both still wearing emergency masks. You breathe a sigh of relief. The Gun-Dog grows larger on your screen as you slowly fly towards it. The enemy machine has been taken out. Cassie's back with you. Everything is all right again. There might still be things to deal with when you get back to the ship, but at least Cassie is safe beside you. Let out another deep breath, unsure whether you want to laugh or cry. Instead, you relax, loosening your grip on the twin sticks and gently resting your head on Cassie's, bringing your right hand up to slowly stroke her hair. The armored frame continues its slow flight towards the ship. The only noise in the cockpit is the dull hum of the engine's vibrations, and both of you breathing softly. Fox? You sit up slightly and look down at Cassie, who's still burying her face in the crook of your neck. You spoke so softly, you weren't even sure if she'd actually said anything until she begins to speak again. What's going on, Fox? I remember getting taken to my quarters, and there was this woman. Gunshots. Now I'm here. I think she wanted to take me somewhere I could feel what she wanted. It was going to be somewhere really far away from you, from everyone. Continuing to gently stroke her hair, her fingers working through the strands to run gently down her neck and back. What happened? You're silent for a few moments. Eventually, take your free arm and bring it around her shoulders, drawing her in tighter. I don't know. I don't know how to find out either. Whatever happens, I'll be here with you. I won't let anyone take you away again. I promise. You feel a gentle pull on the fabric of your shirt as Cassie balls her hands into fists, punching material between her fingers and palms. I love you, Fox. That's our Cassie. I love you too. It's the first time you've said that to me. As he draws her hands back from behind her and presses her palms against your chest, her face still hidden. You stare down at her, her heart full. As you gaze down on her, she begins to squirm and fidget, once again clasping the material of your shirt in her hands as she balls them into fists. I love you too. With her pressed against you, it's easy to feel Cassie tense up for just a second before her whole body relaxes. It's so obvious that she's relieved that you can almost feel it too. After another brief stretch of silence, she sits up, looking in the eyes, her ears moist with tears. Fox. What the hell? Another one? Damn it! Before you can react, this new craft, identical to the one you just tore Cassie from, is upon you. The claws at the end of its leg-like limbs clasping tightly around the Juno's torso. You fight with the controls, causing the armored frame's engines to scream as you push them to their limits, attempting to escape the machine's grip. Hanson, Dalton, anyone help! Alarms blaring from the cockpit speakers and warnings filling your screens, it's almost impossible to make out what's happening. You're just about keeping you and Cassie out of the rift in front of you, but even that is straining the Juno's engines to the point where you know they can't take much more. Just go, Fox! What? Cassie, I can't leave you. It's me they want. I can feel it. The tears of joy that had filled the corners of her eyes now run down her cheeks, having turned to sadness. They're not going to stop until they have me. Take a rescue buoy and eject. Let me go. No, I'm not leaving you. More tears flow down her face as she grasps at your chest. You have to. They won't stop. You can't win. Just let me. I said no. Take a hold of Cassie by the shoulders, looking deep into her eyes. You know she's right. You can't win. But you're not giving up now. I told you no one was going to take you away from me. If they're taking you, they're taking me too. You grab Cassie with one arm and slam the flight stick forward, sending you speeding towards the sheer in space. With a roar, you all plunge into the rift. You don't know why it wants Cassie. You don't know where it's taking her. But you know one thing. She won't be alone. Fox! Come on, wake up, Fox. That's it, wake up. You're alive. You're alive. I thought I'd lost you. What the hell happened? Cassie? Oh, darling, thank God. Welcome back to the land of the living, Lieutenant. That's a whole carton of smoked you on me, Cruz. What? What's... Yeah, whatever. Didn't think the Lieutenant was gonna be this tough. Guess you're full of surprises, huh, Sly? What's going on? Yeah, I'm saving. I don't know about this. This has to be some kind of dream sequence. Me and Cruz had a bet on whether you were going to make it after we popped your cockpit hatch and found you slumped over the controls. We figured to use all your luck up. Not me, though. Lieutenant, I knew you wouldn't let something like that take you out. You've been showing you got serious guts recently. It's obviously not what he's asking about. As Cassie the Ensign squabble, you try to marshal your thoughts and memories. Everything feels disconnected, jumbled even. Gently thinking feels like trying to find something in a dark room with no gravity. I remember going out to save you. There was this rip in space or something. I went into it and you saved me. That's what happened. You sit up and plant your face in your hands, massaging your temples with your thumbs, and try and get rid of the feeling that your thoughts might fall out at any moment. Hey, I think you mean that I saved you? And welcome, by the way. I saw you charge head first into one of those weird glowing things. Didn't know it was going to be in there, but knew you wouldn't survive if I left you to it. Feeling like a good crewmate, I went in after you and dragged you and Quinn back out. Brought you here. You did the same for me, right? You reach out and grab the nearby railing, pulling yourself up to your feet. As you do, the sensation of your head being flooded with the thoughts and memories intensifies. You steady yourself, but keeping your focus feels like trying to carry a glass full of water that's been filled to the brim without spilling any. Wasn't this... Take it slow, honey, don't rush. Sure you're ready to be up and about, Lieutenant? Yeah, I'm fine. You push away from where you were stood, but trip, falling unceremoniously to the catwalk and slamming your forearms and knees onto the walkway. Fox, are you okay? Alright, only so much of this I can watch. Come on, Quinn. I'll grab Sly. Let's get him up to the mess hall. Maybe a coffee will sort him out. Right, thanks. Hanson comes over to you and brings you to your arm up over his shoulders, hoisting you up without much delicacy. As you head towards the hangar's exit, Cassie follows close behind you, her hand resting tenderly on the small of your back. Once you're near the stairs, you move away from Hanson and begin to make your way up towards a four-side thoroughfare, each step becoming easier as you will yourself to walk unsupported. Cassie, what's happening on the ship? With Lord and... Hey, Fox, less talking, more walking. We'll fill you in later. Don't worry about that right now, honey. Look around the four-side thoroughfare and see everything looking shockingly normal. You didn't know what you were expecting to be out of the ordinary, but seeing the thoroughfare as it had always been, its same liminal peacefulness soundtracked by the gentle hum of the ship's systems, made you feel reassured. Maybe it wouldn't be so hard for things to go back to how they were. It takes you longer than usual, but Cassie follows patiently behind you until you reach the mess hall. Alright, take a seat, you two. I'll grab some coffee. You sit down still woozy as Hanson orders 2 coffees from the vendmate. Cassie sits beside you, gently rubbing her back as you try to get your head to stop spinning. There you go. Take it easy and drink up. I'm sure Captain Bartermews has a lot of questions for you. Whoa, wait a minute. Something's definitely wrong because Vanessa's not in charge. This can't be real. Captain Bartermews? But what about... there you are, Lieutenant Commander Quinn. Lieutenant Sly. Ma'am! At ease, you two. But, Captain, what are you doing here? What about the ensigns? What about Lord? Lord? Yes, Lieutenant Lord's little dalliance of command. Thanks to Chief Cathays, that's been dealt with. The Chief? Something I can help you with, Lieutenant. Captain Barnum said that you dealt with Lieutenant Lord? How is it being made to sound like an issue on the daily maintenance log, thank you very much? Why are you here? Lord! Spring to your feet, your head snapping back between the two ensigns, trying to see who'd make a move first. What are you? Honestly, Lieutenant, don't make this so awkward. I'm here to... Come on now, Lieutenant. Let's hear you say it. Apologize. It seems that based on what happened in the Forsyth Thoroughfare, the actions out in space, what I was told by the crew, I made a mistake. Bitch, you should be court-martialed! So I thought I'd apologize. Sorry, Captain, Lieutenant Quinn, everyone. Oh, that's okay. I didn't even realize anything was going on. What the absolute fuck? Been so zonked on painkillers, I've slept through almost everything. What's been going on? Well done, Lieutenant Lord. That's very big of you. So then, I'm sure we can all agree to put this matter behind us. Put this No! This has to be a dream. The sensation of being lost in a shoal of your own thoughts returns and you can barely grasp the situation. Was that it? After everything that happened, Vanessa apologizes? The captain agrees to move on? Really? Are you alright, Lieutenant Sly? You're not looking very well. Captain, just what is going on? This is all so... I think you should calm down, Lieutenant. Whatever happened to you out in space seems to still be having something of an effect. You could probably do with eating something. Now there's an idea. Why don't we all sit down for a meal together as a crew? Chief Cathays, gather everyone up, would you? I'm on it, ma'am. Alright then, who's first? A loud noise like the combination of a growl and gurgle fills the room, causing everyone to look towards Cassie. Well, it has been a while since I ate anything. Any chance of a burger? Of course, Commander. Followed up by your favorite, pineapple salad. You must have mistaken. Oh wow, I didn't know you knew. It's perfect, Captain, thanks. I never thought you'd see the captain happily begin ordering meals for the crew and the inmate, but she does just that, listening to Cassie's instruction on her burger preferences. You slowly slide back into your chair, cautiously eyeing the two ensigns and Vanessa. There's no way she wasn't planning something. This all had to be... Hey, Lieutenant, good to see you. Oh, Dylan, hey. You're crazy watching you go toe-to-toe with that thing out there, almost as well as Hanson. No way. I mean, not bad for an amateur, but Lieutenant's got nothing on me. Lieutenant Sly, Commander Quinn, you're safe. I was worried about you guys. That thing looked tough. Oh, thanks, Cadet. You had nothing to worry about. My hero Fox was there to save me. There we are, Commander. Thanks, Captain. The noise of the entire crew's chatter filling the mess hall, you find it hard to think. Your thoughts remain difficult to line up, instead flowing like mercury. As you watch Cassie raise the burger to her mouth, the memory does bubble to the surface. Wait, Cassie, you can't... Huh? What do you mean? Your stomach, remember? The doctor said... Oh, this is definitely fucked up. There's nothing to worry about, Lieutenant Sly. I made a mistake in my diagnosis. Synthetic food was not the issue. Dr. Rosarium, thank you for joining us. I'm... Doctor! Once again, bolt out of your seat in shock. Is there a problem, Lieutenant? You were dead! I saw you! We saw you! You can't be here! Huh. I understand. No one else on this ship is a qualified physician, Lieutenant. Therefore, no one was qualified to assess if I was really deceased. Fortunately, the injury was not as severe as had been assumed. But I... Hey, come on, Lieutenant. You're killing the mood. Doc's fine. Wouldn't be up and walking about if he wasn't, right? Yeah, take it easy, Sly. Are you feeling okay, honey? You want to go to the sick bay for a lie down? Yeah, honey. You want to have a little nap? Be quiet, Ensign Cruz. Mine is a maelstrom at this point. Everything feels wrong. But it's all happening. It's all right in front of you. How can you argue with that? Come on, honey. Have some fries. You shake your head at the offer, placing your head back in your hands. Cassie starts rubbing your back again, although quickly begins eating her fries with her spare hand. The crew eventually start to chatter amongst themselves again, whilst Captain Merys takes orders and retrieves meals from the vindmate, burning them with a level of cheerfulness that continues to leave you disquieted. There, I believe that's everyone. Oh, before I get started with my meal, Commander, I was hoping you could help me out with something. Oh, sure, Captain. What's up? The ship's emergency input codes. Are they generated and adjusted regularly, or is it specifically prior to departure? You should know that! Bro, what is going on? What the hell is going on? Why would she ask that? Come on, Captain, you know that. You're the one that sets them, after all. The music's going funky. Yeah, this is a dream. Well, it's initially prior to departure, and every 5 days or per enemy encounter. Whichever comes first. Of course. Thank you, Commander. Nope, no problem. Then the captain asked Quinn. Oh, yes, Vanessa? At what distance do we typically start transmitting our security clearance prior to announcing we intend to dock at a colony? Oh yeah, this is some Rick and Morty bullshit. What are these questions? Oh, that's specific. I mean, and once we've been cleared for approach, is our docking confirmation signature specific to the ship? Does it depend on a combination of factors? Hey, you're just a cadet. I don't think you need to know that. What's the makeup of the Europa Garrison Force? Guys, I'd really like to finish my burger now if you don't mind. What's the target time for a colony defense force's mobilization? Well, you look up to see the whole crew staring at Cassandra, a look of malevolent intent in their eyes. Does the JUCF implement a series of local data stores, or is it transmitted across a large-scale network? Bro. Guys? What frequencies are emergency requests transmitted on? What are you asking this for? Guys! How extensive are the JCF's nuclear capabilities? Leave her alone! Guys! Another failure? Which incompetent calibrated this Ingram harvester? It's not subtle enough. We've been having difficulty with ensuring that the harvesting process is suitably... I don't care what you're having difficulty with. Rewrite the program to be more congruent with the query context and run it again. Understood. We had enough time to develop this. These failure rates are inexcusable. We got these gathered clones as neural pathways mapped out. It should be simple. It's bad enough that Unit 00's jump drive malfunctioned. Are you telling me that You can't even get the information out of a gather reliably? Well, she'll keep for the time being. At least we'll have time to finesse the systems before we start receiving more. What about the other one? The other what? The other sample. The other one the hunter captured alongside this gather. Oh, him. I hope that having him in the simulations with the gather might help, since they seem to have some sort of relationship. Fortunately, since his DNA isn't compatible with Mother AI, he can't run a specific Ingram harvester. Shouldn't we be able to run a linear review in real time? If you want to waste your time, be my guest. Hopefully going through recent events again from his perspective could uncover some more information. You're certainly welcome to try. If you do find anything pertinent, notify me immediately. Understood. Oh, one more thing. Did we have the output of the Ingram harvest we carried out in the additional subject? Confirmed. It's been archived. Under which digital lobe? It's in the default mode network. Node? Yep, writing that down. Getting my notepad out. I'm on 8506163. This is a flowchart. Excellent. Send me that reference. It might be useful for review later. Now run this one again. Once you've started her Ingram harvest, you can do the same with the others. Understood. May 6th, Planetary Calendar 214. Europa Colony 01. Jovian Colony Fleet, 2nd Military Court. And now that we're all here, we can begin. As was decided yesterday, this is to be the final day of the inquiry into the events that happened on board the JFS Gun-Dog between April 24th and April 28th. Our findings today will dictate the JCF's future actions around the matter, as well as what is to be done with the ship's crew. Guards, please bring Miss Merys Bartermews to the stand. Welcome back, Miss Bartermews. It's my pleasure, Admiral. Now, Miss Bartermews, we've gone over everything that happened on board the Gun-Dog following its departure from this colony on April 19th up until the 24th. The last task of this inquiry is to find out what happened following Miss Lord's adjustment to the command structure up until your return to Europa 1. I trust we'll have your full cooperation in this matter? Hasn't that already been demonstrated? A yes or a no, Miss Bartermews? Yes, Commodore. Thank you. So we understand that the main effort to counter Miss Lord's mutiny was made by Chief Engineer Cathays and Lieutenant Sly. Is that right? That's the long and short of it. You said that the two of you had found enough information to prove that none of the accused had anything to do with any treasonous actions. What happened after that? Well, we've finally gotten as much of it figured out as we could. We're going to take it to the rest of the crew, get them on side and go confront Lord. Before we could go anywhere though, we heard gunshots. Lieutenant Sly went off running to see what's happening. I couldn't get close because of the bullets flying everywhere. Things calmed down for a second. I saw the lieutenant and ensigns running into the hangar. after whoever had been shooting things up. From your position, could you tell why this attacker wasn't apprehended by security? It's like I told you already. Quinn's weird twin was packing some serious firepower. Romney and I were pinned down. We could barely get a shot in. And I know I got some shots in. My aim's good. But whatever's body armor she was wearing, it's like she didn't even notice. I see. So after this, the lieutenant and the unidentified attacker, who you stated was carrying an unconscious Lieutenant Commander Quinn, they made their way to the hangar, whereupon they both launched into separate crafts? Yeah, that's right. How were they allowed to launch? It wasn't my fault. I did everything I could to stop them from launching, but none of my controls were responding. They must have hacked the system to override my authority or something. It's the only explanation. I bet they did it ahead of time. There was no way I could have known. Even if you lost control of the system, we were under the impression that the hostile craft had been secured. Was this or was this not the case? Well, the thing is that, Cadet Grange, can you answer the question? Why hadn't the craft been secured? The craft had been secured until it managed to break out. I bet my life that nothing could get through Cadet Grange's compound. The stuff was almost impenetrable. I'd be surprised if the team working on the Gun-Dog right now has got anywhere near removing the cargo crates that were stuck in it. That stuff didn't stop it, and there was nothing else on the ship that could have. So the enemy craft was able to escape the restraining compound and leave the ship after the hangar controls were overridden. Considering that Lieutenant Sly was, at the time, supposed to be confined on suspicions of treason, how were they allowed to board a Juno? Hey, we didn't know the lieutenant had gone anywhere until he came running down the hall in the middle of a firefight. He made a jump for it before we could stop him. Cruz tried to grab him, but the lieutenant was gone before he got anywhere near. Surprised the lieutenant didn't just get sucked into space pulling a crazy stunt like that. And what happened after the lieutenant made his way into space? I mean, I was able to track him in that weird thing after they launched, but they were moving so fast and so close together, you could get a good lock on either of them. Lord was ordering me to take them both out, but before I could line anything up, Cruz is out there in Gun-Dog 01. Do you know who gave Cruz permission to launch? Hey, no one gave me permission to launch. But you think I'm just gonna hang around and watch an amateur like Lieutenant Sly get torn to pieces because he can't pop worth a damn? No way, Sly showed some guts, and I wasn't gonna let him die after he finally grew a spine. I went out there to give the lieutenant a little bit of help. So the two of you were able to defeat the enemy craft together? Of course Cruz is able to take it out. What do you think we dragged it back into our hangar for you guys? Might be in a few pieces, but those tech nerds have a challenge, right? Now the lieutenant didn't return with you. Why not? Because he disappeared, that's why not. He sold out his friend and used him to cover his escape. The lieutenant and Quinn are probably off plotting against us right now. We're not here for speculation, Miss Lord. We're here for facts. You're confident they disappeared? They didn't disappear. Our records show that shortly after retrieving Lieutenant Commander Quinn, they were preparing to return to the Gun-Dog when another enemy craft appeared. Gun-Dog 01 was still busy with the original craft, and with the damaged Juno, the lieutenant was in no position to fight back. And what happened? Where'd they go? Well, I can't say for sure, but it was like they were dragged off somewhere. Dragged off? That's what it looked like, but I think it may have actually been a bosun jump. A what? A bosun jump, Commodore. If you think about how our HFDD works, by warping the space around the ship to allow it to move significant distances. Then a bosun jump does something similar but connects two unique points in space, letting a craft move directly from one point to another. All theoretical, of course, the energy requirement alone wouldn't. Alright, thank you, Chief Engineer Cathays. But if you were able to detect indications of a space warp, even if it was non-standard, why did the Gun-Dog not head out in pursuit? Well, see, that's when the power went out again. It was like what happened on the 23rd with the Gun-Dog and the O'Brien. If we'd been any closer, the electromagnetic pulse would have overloaded our key systems, and we have all been fried. So the ship was immobilized? What'd you do then? Guess I was lucky. Holding onto that trash machine must have shielded me or something. Once the lieutenant disappeared into that freaky light show, I dragged the wreckage back to the Gun-Dog, got power back online, then slunk back here, tail between our legs. Who ordered a return to Europa 1? Miss Lord? No, that was my idea. How were you able to regain command from Miss Lord? Chief Engineer Cathays took the opportunity to free me from my quarters whilst the engineers were distracted. Or the ensigns were distracted. I helped her reactivate the engines, and then after that I met with the crew and informed them that the original command structure was back in effect. After that, I had a polite discussion with Miss Lord where I informed her that I was resuming control of the ship. And was she receptive to this? Well, aside from her use of physical force, it was an abuse of power, plain and simple. I wasn't given the opportunity to state my case. There was no hearing. I was immediately confined to the quarters. As soon as this inquiry is over, I want to open a grievance against Merys Bartermews. Thank you, Miss Lord, but at the moment, we just want to know if you're aware of what happened after you were confined. I'm sure you must have all the information you need on that from the ship's logs, Commodore. For the benefit of the inquiry, Miss Bartermews. From that point on, the Gun-Dog's journey back to Europa 01 was uneventful and everything occurred as expected. We returned to the colony, immediately notified command of the craft in our hangar. I submitted my report on the events that had taken place since our departure. And here we are. Thank you, Miss Bartermews. The inquiry will be adjourning whilst we go over our findings. You'll be notified as soon as we have come to an agreement on our verdict. Guards, please escort Miss Bartermews back to the holding cells. With the exception of some spurious accusations from Miss Lord, it seems that the crew are all giving relatively consistent testimonies. What do you think, Admiral? Losing someone like Cassandra Quinn is a catastrophe. She was only a lieutenant commander, but she worked on a multitude of different ships, bases, and installations. In terms of her institutional and process knowledge, if she was interrogated, there's no saying just how much the enemy would be able to learn from her. Men already have done that. Getting reports of attacks on various frontier outposts with similar patterns to what happened on the Gun-Dog. Loss of power, sudden illness amongst the command structure, attackers appearing out of nowhere. The list of officers we lost is already too long. Female officers. Captain? Just something I've noticed, Admiral. All the officers missing are women. Whatever is going on, we can't let it continue. Inquiry into events aboard the JFS Gun-Dog will now reconvene. Guards, please bring in Miss Bartermews. Welcome back, Miss Bartermews. It's once again a pleasure, Admiral. I'll be brief. After reviewing the testimonies of you and the crew that served under you, as well as the ship's logs and recordings, we have come to our conclusion regarding your futures within the JCF. Miss Bartermews, we appreciate the unusual circumstances, but it must be acknowledged that you lost control of your vessel. Because of this, we will not be reinstating your rank as captain. I see. But due to your experience with the issues that the Gun-Dog and her crew face, you'll be acting as a special advisor on a newly formed task force on board its lead ship, the Sylvestris. This rapid response unit will be responsible for handling an increase in similar events to those that impacted the JFS Gun-Dog and JFS O'Brien. The stipulation of this position is that you will be partaking in mandatory psychotherapy with the ship's medical staff for the duration of your role. Understood, Admiral. Thank you. With regards to Hansen crews, with participating in a mutiny, you should be dishonorably discharged and facing a minimum of 10 years in prison. However, due to your performance in combat, experience with these new enemy machines, you'll be serving as a pilot in a new task force. This role is non-negotiable. In addition, you'll be kept under supervision, and your time as part of the task force is in lieu of time served. This will also be the case for Haru Rumney. Hey, won't see me complaining. As for Chief Engineer Mackenzie Cathays, you are to be transferred to the JFS Sylvestris, where you will act as its Chief Engineer. The Sylvestris will serve as the flagship of a new task force. Because of this, we are removing Cadet Dalton Grange from your instruction. But instead, Cadet Grange will be transferred to a JCF R&D department where you will receive appropriate support to develop your new compound into a viable weapon. Thank you, ma'am. That's moving on to Warrant Officer Dylan Dees. I have reviewed your request and have decided that it is in JCF's best interest to give you an honorable discharge from the fleet. Good call, ma'am. Your stipend and freedom are, of course, dependent on you ensuring that you do not disclose any information about what happened. Consider the matter highly classified. Don't worry about that, ma'am. I'm planning on thinking about this anytime soon. As for Miss Lord, typically a mutiny against your commanding officer would result in your execution. But I didn't. All the evidence is... Quiet, please, Miss Lord. However, we do understand that due to the rapid development and confusing nature of events, it appeared that the crew of the ship could have been involved in a conspiracy. Had that been confirmed as the case, we would have followed the appropriate protocol by removing Captain Bartermews from command. Given this, the inquiry has decided to be lenient. You will instead be placed under house arrest pending further investigation. Understood. A slap on the wrist? Are you serious? Thank you, ma'am. Oh, I almost forgot. Doctor Seifer Rosarium. Due to his death in the line of duty, he will be given a posthumous 2-rank promotion. As we've been unable to contact any next of kin, the doctor will receive a public service before his ashes are spread in Europa Military Memorial Gardens. This judgment hereby concludes the inquiry into the events that happened on board a JFS Gun-Dog between April 24th and April 28th. All decisions are effective immediately. You are... One question before I leave, ma'am. Oh, Bartermews, go ahead. What is the plan regarding Lieutenant Sly and Lieutenant Commander Quinn? Classified. They're going to say classified. I can assure you, Captain, finding those two is a top priority for us. I see. Thank you, Captain. As I was saying, you are dismissed. Oh my God. We definitely need a follow-up. They gotta find me and Quinn and all the Quinn clones. We're out somewhere in God knows where space. We need to find us. But again, really good story. Really good story. I was definitely impressed with this. The start was a bit slow, but it really did pick up. And no, we're not making it a Vanessa emote. I can't put Sly bitch on Twitch. It would be against TOS. They wouldn't like it.